Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, welcome back to No Fugazee. We've been going for a while, but we are back. We are back. Ladies and gents, if you're coming in right now, go ahead and get the likes up. Click the like button. Also, click the bell icon so you're notified of when we go live next, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We got a few links in the YouTube description. Well, actually, the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments is going to be for everyone that wants to come up and join Open Panel Debate Night. We can debate about any topics that you want. The first link in the YouTube description is going to be for our sponsorship, and I'll go ahead and play that video as the stream goes on. But after that, we have one-on-one consultations. You can book a one-on-one consultation with me if you want to speak with me directly and privately. Click that link. Then we have the Clips channel where we post clips on there daily, and we actually do post clips on there daily. I was looking, I'm like, dang, we've been missing a few days, actually missed a few weeks, but we got it all pinned out and we are posting clips on the Clips channel daily. So subscribe to the Clips channel if you already aren't. And then we have all of the social media links as well down below in the description box. If you want to get in touch with me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, wherever it may be, go ahead and hit me up. All right, chat. Man, what was the last stream I did? It's been, we had Christmas. It's about to be New Year's in a few days. I think the last one I did one last week, actually. Yeah, I did a stream last week. Dang, when was the last one? I don't know. I didn't stream for a while, man. It's probably been like 5 days or something like that, but it feels like forever. But I'm back for Open Panel Debate Night. So if there's anyone new here, here's how we run Open Panel Debate Night. You're probably thinking, well, Cooley, it just says Open Panel Debate Night. What are we debating about? Well, over here, we debate about anything that you want to debate about. You actually have the upper hand when you come on in. If you're an atheist, that's perfect. I'm a Christian. You can come on up. If you are a feminist, that's perfect. I'm anti-feminism. That's perfect. If you are a Hebrew Israelite, that's perfect too. Click that link. Come on up. If you believe that the black woman is God, or you have some type of ideology that's in opposition of mine, come on up. Or if you just seen some of my viral clips and you're like, you know what? I don't like this dude. He says a lot of inaccurate stuff and he's a misogynist. He's a this, he's a that. Well, listen, this is why I do Open Panel Debate Night, so y'all can come on up here and have this discussion with me. We got people joining already. Now, I do also want to let you guys know, the new people in here, how we run it is we do reactions and we do debates. So I'll be reacting to some content that the members send me. Also, that's another link in the YouTube description. If you want to become a member, click the link in the YouTube description and you get special access and, special perks for many things, especially when it comes to Open Panel Debate Night. I prioritize you. We got 3 tiers. First tier, gang. Second tier, hitman. Third tier is mob ties. So come on up. All right. It looks like we did have someone that came up. You could come back up if you want. I think you went by the name of, was it something? I didn't read it fast. I didn't even actually read it, but it was a name with a C. Corletta, something like that. But yeah, anyways, let's get to the clips. We are going to be reacting to some content that the members sent me. So let's get right into that. And then as people come on up for open panel debate night, I'll bring you on up. Shouts out to Mr. Moore. Appreciate you, man. New subscriber here. Salute to you too, man. I appreciate the love. Got a lot of people in here already that's joining stream. Great content and logic. Victor, I appreciate that, Victor. Appreciate the support. Also, if you want to donate to the channel, just send in a super chat. I'll go ahead and read your super chat up on screen if you have any questions or comments. But right now, since we just getting started, let's see what people talking about in the chat. Eugene, on point from what I've seen. I appreciate that. And that comment came from Facebook. And everybody that's tuning in on Facebook, if you want to join Open Panel Debate Night, come on over to YouTube and click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. It's not pinned in the Facebook comments, but it is pinned in the YouTube comments. All right. I will come up for debate. All right, Delbridge. Sure, come on up. You just, you're what you want to debate about. I mean, I think Delbridge, you came up before. I'm not sure of your worldview, but if you have any disagreements and stuff, that'd be perfect. Or if you want to wait until we bring some other people up and we get some feminists and stuff up in here, or some atheists and some socialists, all of those weird isms. If you want to wait for that, sure, you can wait, and then I'll bring you on up. Highly intelligent dude. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, from the atheists and the feminists, they don't really think I'm intelligent. They think that I am low IQ. But that's what we think over there with them. We think that they're low IQ. Let's see here. Okay, I see you. Not right now, but later. Got you, man. Witkid Dreams, I see you in the chat, man. What up, Cooley? Appreciate that, man. All right, everybody that's tuning in, get the likes up. And we're going to start with these reactions once we come back. All right, so let's get to the first reaction and see what we got here. And these clips is news to me. I didn't really watch them or bring them up. So it's going to be a fresh reaction from me that you're going to get. All right, so, Deontay Wilder. All right, so this says Deontay Wilder says he included his ex-wife, Telly Swift, and her son in his multi-million-dollar will, only for the boy to later tell him that you're not my dad. Oh, boom, that's a body shot. That's not even a body shot. That's a boom. That's one of those type of shots to the chest. That's something that you do not want to hear. And also, that's one of the reasons that, generally speaking, you don't want to find yourself as a man with no kids taking on the role of being a stepfather and taking care of someone else's kids, man. Because generally speaking, bro, them kids they're not really going to appreciate it. Listen, the chick barely appreciates things that men do. Think about it. Men be slaving, picking up trash, working in sewers, coming home, and he don't even got a meal already made for him, right? So that's coming from an adult woman. You think a child is really going to appreciate the things you do? They're going to be like, nigga, you ain't my daddy. I don't care about what. You ain't my daddy, man. So we'll get into it. I'm curious of hearing his perspective and seeing what's going on. But if all of you guys don't know, let me just show you guys. I'll bring it up on Google just to read some of Deontay Wilder's stats. So Deontay Wilder, let's see here. 40. So Deontay Wilder, he's currently 40 years old, former WBC heavyweight champion of the world, 44 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw. So if don't nobody know Deontay Wilder, listen, man, he was known as one of the hardest punchers ever. People were saying that, listen, man, I think he hit harder than Mike Tyson. And you know what? It was up for negotiation. Now, ever since he been losing, it's kind of like, oh, people really not giving him a shine like that. But nah, Deontay Wilder was knocking everybody out with one punch. Like, I'm a fan of boxing. I watched everybody, even the old school cats. I ain't never seen other boxers knock out people the way Deontay Wilder knocked out people. And he did it on a consistent basis. So we got to give him his kudos where kudos is due. But let's hop into this clip. So that's Deontay Wilder. He was former heavyweight boxing champion of the world. He fought Tyson Fury 3 times, lost 2 of them, had a draw with 1 of them. So that's maybe some information that, that you may want to know before watching this.
Stole over $400,000 from me.
400? Oh,
I took the role of.
Wait, let's bring that back. I don't think I heard him. Something stole $400 from him. Hold up.
My ex.
Yeah.
Stole over $400,000 from me.
400? Oh, dang.
I took the role of being your son father, not just a daddy, but a father.
Right.
I went in so hard, bro, to the point where I put them on my wheel. I had a meeting with my kids. I said, how y'all feel if I scoot y'all over? I scoot over a little slide and let somebody else get a little bit of it. And, my kids are amazing. They're my best friends. And they was down with it. So I moved a little space over and added her son in on my motherfucking wing. You ain't even my son for real.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Wow. Damn. That has to take a toll.
I put her in my wheel as well too. Yeah. You was just my girlfriend. You ain't even my wife.
I hope that still ain't dead now.
Yeah, man.
I hope that still ain't.
One time the dude told me.
Listen, man, that's crazy. He done put the kids on the wheel, and he put his girlfriend on the wheel as well. Now you got to think like. It's crazy, but it isn't that crazy, right? Because when a man is in a relationship with a woman, even if there isn't any kids there, generally speaking, if it's traditional, at least, if it's like a traditional relationship where the man is protecting and providing, like he's the main breadwinner, then the man is normally paying for, everything for the woman anyway. Now, of course, over here, we expect and appreciate the woman that can reciprocate on her end, meaning that the woman that knows her role and she's playing her role and she knows her duty in that relationship. But so like, it's not really outside of the framework of putting the woman on your wheel since you're like paying for everything anyway. Now that's wild. That's not anything that I'm gonna do if I don't like, if she ain't like my wife or we ain't locked down for many, many years, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, and the kids too. I mean, that's another part. At the end of the day, this just shows you that men just happen to be benevolent, right? When a man is with a woman, he has genuine love for her. He's willing to take on the burden of protecting and providing for not only her, but her kids as well. So this is just the benevolent nature of a man that's on display. Now, some would say, well, that's a fool. That's up for debate. But I would say that, man, like, homie ain't maybe at this time that his woman, would just leave him and stuff like that and steal $400,000 from him. That's a different story. So it seems like they're not on the wheel anymore if she had to like steal the $400,000.
The son said, "You ain't my daddy." Now that's one thing you don't say to a man that ain't your daddy. Don't remind him that you ain't his daddy. You ain't. You know what I'm saying? Don't remind me that.
I know that, but you ain't got.
Right. I done fed you, took you on all these trips, giving you a beautiful life.
Yeah.
I can say being in the stepfather position role. As a man, if you've ever heard that before, I've never heard that before, but if you do hear that, man, it's actually funny. So, you know, my friends, my children friends would come over and stuff, and they'll talk about, like, 'cause some of them have stepfathers and things like that, and they'll talk so much crap about their stepfather, like, yeah, I don't like him, I'll be talking back to him, and I'm like, dag, that's crazy. You be talking back to the stepfather? Like, man, if I've ever had to experience that, it's a no-no from the gate. So, man, what he's speaking from his perspective of being a man raising other man's children. And this is why, generally speaking, is not good to do. It's not good at all to do. You want to avoid this.
So, daddy, I put you on my wheel? Bro, when he did that, bro, I ran to my lawyer then to try to get that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I felt like I was finna have a heart attack.
Right.
Seriously.
Yo. And what's funny is it ain't funny, but it's also funny because it just shows how men, we're serious. Like when we're taking care of a woman and when we're in a relationship and she has kids, we're serious about everything that we're doing. And he's like, yo, like when the son told me this, like when her kid said this to me, like I almost had a heart attack. That's how much it hurt him, right? Because from his point of view, it's like, listen, I'm risking my life in the ring for you, for my woman and her children. So yeah, I'll go ahead and put him on a wheel. And then to have the kid not appreciate everything that I was doing for him, the lifestyle that I was providing, mind you, Deontay Wilder is filthy rich. And especially a few years ago before he had, when he still had his O, meaning that he had 0 losses. When he had no losses, he was really bringing in that bag. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it gotta hurt. It gotta hurt.
You know what I mean? So I'd have been through a lot, bro.
It sounds like a lot to just be the...
My ex
Yeah.
stole over $400,000.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's the end of that clip. So listen, man, I'll say it again and I'll keep saying it. Mixed families are not optimal. You want to try to avoid getting into a situation where you're mixing families because that's not optimal, right? It just isn't. Even if you look at statistics shows that when the single mother gets with the boyfriend, the rate increases for the domestic violence, meaning that the boyfriend or the stepfather, it's a higher likelihood of abusing the kids and things like that, right? So even if you look at it from a statistical standpoint, it isn't really that beneficial for you taking a single mom seriously. Now, one is probably wondering like, well, Cooley, every situation is different. Like if yours worked, then how can you say someone else's situation doesn't work? Well, yeah, that's because exceptions don't make the rule. Generally speaking, it's not in a man's best interest to take on the burden of dealing with a woman and her children. Not only that, it's you're going into the relationship, and if you're not masculine already as a man, and if you don't understand the dynamic that you're going into, and also if your woman doesn't understand that, listen, your kids don't come first, I come first. She has to understand that. If the woman still thinks, oh yeah, my babies come first, that woman is delusional. You don't take that woman serious, right? Because then you're always going to be second. Like, listen, you're going to be walking in the house on eggshells, tippy-toeing around like, dang, it's me against her and her kids. Listen, you ain't winning no arguments. You ain't winning no fights. Everything is their way, not your way. That's if she doesn't understand her position in a relationship as the man is the head of the household. The man comes first. You serve the man first because like Deontay Wilder and many men that take that position, the man is, serving the woman and the children. So the woman should serve the man, right? But that's the thing. You'll get into situations like that where, listen, man, you're taking on a lot of burden and a lot of responsibility, and you're really you have no authority in a relationship. You can't discipline the kids. Little Billy is acting crazy, and she's like, "Oh no, don't put your hands on my son." You're gonna keep letting him talk to me like this? Like, think of it's the most simplest position that you can be in as a man. Now, generally speaking, not all, right? But generally, most simplest position that you can be in as a man, where it's like, this little nigga talking to you crazy. And you gotta be like, listen, you gotta go to the mom. Listen, your son, he keep talking crazy and not listening. Cause you know, if you put your hands on her, well, she not gonna give you sex that day. And she's gonna withhold sex for compliance. And also she could probably call the cops on you. So you're in a very bad, awkward position. And it's like, oh yeah, like you got to go to the woman to ask permission to then discipline the kids, or ask permission for her to discipline her own kids. Yeah, bro, it's just not a situation that you want to be in at all. So I repeat, don't get yourself in a situation at all. Like, just because someone, it's like this, just because like, all right, I ate raw chicken before, and like the raw chicken diet actually worked for me. This is not, I actually haven't ate raw chicken, chat. I'm just giving you an analogy right now. Like hypothetically, like say if I eat raw meat, like a raw chicken, and my immune system and the way my DNA is structured, I don't get salmonella, I don't get sick from it. And this is a hypothetical that can be rooted in truth, because there's certain people that don't get AIDS. Google it right now. There's certain people that are immune from AIDS and many different type of diseases and viruses just based off their DNA structure and their immune system, right? So let's just say hypothetically, I eat raw chicken, I don't get sick from it. But since I eat raw chicken and I don't get sick from it, it'd be silly for me to tell other people to eat raw chicken when I know that generally, right, most people, the majority of people will get sick from eating raw chicken, bloody raw chicken. You get what I'm saying? Get worms and all this other type of stuff. So yeah, exceptions don't make the rule. What's good for me and the way it worked out for me, and you know, my woman just happens to be compliant and to get on program and everything happens to be good. Well, that's my situation, but generally, man, that ain't gonna be you. Them kids is gonna be saying, you ain't my daddy. And you're going to be over here like Wilder, heart broken. Okay, so that's that. Let's get into some more stuff. Actually, we're going to stop it here. We got some people in here for open panel debate night. So we're going to bring up some people for open panel debate night. And let's see what we can get into. Let's go ahead and stop that there. Get the likes up, chat. Do that for me now. And right before we start open panel debate night, let's get into the sponsorship. And real quick, I just want to like let you guys know something. Like, if you support me, support the company that is sponsoring me. Now, I've turned down many sponsorships. This is a good one. This is an authentic one. It's a 14-day free trial. It's perfect for the new year in 2026 where, listen, man, you want to protect yourself from scammers, from fraudsters, all different type of stuff. They do identity theft protection. They do many different type of protections. So it's good to get into 14-day free trial. You sign up. You got nothing to lose. You can try it out for a few days. If you don't like it, go ahead and cancel it. You can try it out for the full 14 days. If you do like it, then go ahead and renew it. But here's the sponsorship for tonight. All the members support me by supporting the sponsor. Sign up for the 14-day free trial. Let's get right into it real quick. And then we're going to get into open panel debate night. We got people backstage. All right, fellas, mission is critical. I was searching my name online and found tons of information that was way too personal. So I thought to myself, who has the ability to leak this type of information? And I found out there's companies called data brokers that profit out of selling your information to marketers, scammers, and even stalkers. You already know I've been through many matrix attacks where people create fake pages of mine by using my data. And the same can happen to you. That's why I'm recommending today's sponsor, Aura. I use Aura to automatically remove my information from these sites and keep them off of these sites. They also do other things like bank fraud, identity theft alerts, and also VPN access. I want you to go ahead and utilize my link below in the description box for a 14-day free trial. At least you'll see if you've been compromised or not. Privacy is key nowadays, and you should know if your information is out there. So again, Utilize my link in the description box at aura.com/nofugazi and get 2 weeks free. That's more than enough time to see if your personal data has been exposed. All right, let's get into it. Open panel debate night.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, welcome to No Fugazi podcast. State your name and where you from.
Hello, David Cooley. Can you hear me?
I could hear you.
All right. My name is Alex.
It's a little background noise, Alex. Like a shower is on, like some water is on in the background.
No, man. It's the laptop. It's heating up for a while and it will cool down. I mean, the fan will shut off.
The fan. Okay, it's the fan. All right,
Yeah,
fair enough.
it's the fan.
What do you want to debate about tonight?
All right. Actually, I'm your fan. All right. I'm from Malaysia. Currently, I'm in UK. All right. So I really like you, but I have a topic to debate here because I know it's an open panel debate night. I've been following you, and your take on God over man, man over women, women over children. I agree to that, but I have a little contention on that. During these days, during this 2025, 2026, women are getting more educated, and I just want to get. I have a feeling that, of course, I'm a masculine man. I believe men should lead. All right, man is the
Okay.
leader.
All right. Well,
But
go ahead,
as-
man. Get to your question. Spit it out.
My question is, if women takes the lead, since they're getting educated, the world is changing. Do you think man over women still works during this day of era? That's my debate to you.
Yes, because to answer your question, yes. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Yes, men can still lead if women are educated, or even if they're making more money, men can still lead. My question to you is, what do you think a leader is? What do you think makes a leader? Is it
Right.
just education that makes a leader? Is it just finances that makes a leader?
No, it's not about education. It's not about finance.
Okay.
It's about getting things done. It's about execution and doing things regardless of how you feel. Get it done. And literally, you don't need anybody to tell you what to do. You know what's your duties. You get up. You're on your foot. You get going. Get things
And who
done.
do you think is
That's
more
it.
likely to get things done, take initiative, and be assertive and things like that? Who do you think is more likely to do that, the man or the woman?
In my point of view, I will say it's men.
Okay. So then, since you just answered your question, since basically you asked me, well, Cooley, since women are seeking out higher education now, they're more educated than ever before, they're making more money. Does this mean that women can't lead? They still have to be subservient to the man? I would still say yes, because it takes more than just money and education to be a leader. Just like you said, right? So even if women are more educated than the man, if they're making more money than the man is still the leader.
Okay, Cooley. You said the man is still the leader. Yes, I did say that. But do you think, of course, the exceptions doesn't make the law. I agree to that. But do you think in nowadays society, there will be women who can lead better than men? Because there are exceptions in that sense. There are exceptions, yes. But
What
if
lead
that's
what?
the case, lead the family.
No, there's no
Literally
exceptions.
being
It's not a. There's no
exception.
exceptions.
Meaning you are telling me that I just want to get your point right. You're telling me women can never lead the family? Is that what you're trying to
There's zero exceptions.
Man
The man is the leader.
No matter
No
what.
matter what.
No matter the era, no matter the generation, or because times evolve.
Okay. What does that have to do anything?
Is that
What does that have to do with anything? Times evolved. No, the man is the leader. It doesn't matter. There's no exceptions when it comes to men leading and women following.
okay? That was my first one. Okay. All right. My
Do you want
second
me to
question, I had
explain
two things.
how?
First, you answered.
Yeah, because you
Go ahead.
seem like, you know, caught off guard where there's no exceptions. Yeah, so there's no exceptions when it comes to. Yeah, you seem a little caught off guard. There's no exceptions when it comes to men leading. If there is a situation where the woman chose the wrong man and he doesn't have good leadership characteristic traits, that goes back on a woman. She chose the wrong man, right? So it's not a situation where she's leading and leading in a good way. It would never be right. It's always going to show it wouldn't show the right dynamic to the children. Then also the woman would truly never be able to respect the man if she's leading like that. Because once again, leading is just not from a standpoint of finances or education. Even if the man is, you know, paralyzed from waist down, he still has the ability to lead, because it takes more than just that. Because the man and the woman don't share the same ontology. They have a different ontology, right? And you kind of got into it a little bit, and you said that, well, what are some qualities for leadership? The qualities for leadership, like you said, would be having the ability to get the job done, being assertive, and also not only just that, having a more worldly experience. Like women, and generally speaking, live life on easy mode. And not even generally speaking, women overall, they live a totally different experience than men. They don't go through the same struggles and adversities that men go through at all, especially if we're speaking about in America, right? So since that's being the case, and that is true, well, men aren't afforded the same comfortability as women have. So therefore, they have more of a worldly perspective, and because they've been through adversities and things like that, and they overcame those things, so they have a higher likelihood to be able to lead the woman overall. And that's based off the ontology. Like, think about it, the ontology of the man, even from a biological sense, he's stronger than a woman. He has a better spatial awareness than the woman. He's more of a logical thinker than the woman. Women are higher in trait neuroticism. They feel more negative emotions than the man. So even if we look at it from a biological standpoint, the man is just built to be the leader. If the woman chose a man that is lazy, docile, and doesn't have the ability to lead, that's on her. Is not saying that she can try to be a leader, it just won't work. She'll lead the relationship to the end.
Noted.
Yeah, a woman
right.
cannot respect the man that she is leading. She's incapable of it.
So you are telling me when the woman takes the lead, or a woman who is leading, she definitely will not respect
She
the
won't.
man because
She's incapable.
because she needs to tell the man what
She's
to do.
incapable.
He is incapable.
She is incapable
to lead.
of respecting the man if she is leading that man.
All right, Cooley, I got that. All right, now clear. All right, my second, I had two.
Do you
points
disagree?
to ask you? I don't disagree on that.
Okay.
Because why? Like I think my earlier point was who can lead better. A leader should be. You should not be telling the leader what to do. If I'm the boss, I know what to do. I tell you what to do. You just shut up and do. Simple. And not because I don't want to listen to my staff, but I'm a boss. There's a reason why I'm a boss, and there's a reason why you're staff. I lead, you follow. I agree when you tell me that she will not respect the man and she's incapable to lead. All right. My next
Okay,
question
fair
to
enough.
you.
So you understand. What's your next question?
Second question. This is about marriage, Kuli. All right. You, if I'm right, you told me that you are not married. My question here is, if let's say, because I'm not for marriage, all right. Literally, I also feel the law favors women, and so on. But if let's say this let's say I live together with a girl and we have children and we raise the children. And this becomes a trend of not getting married and just raising children, living a happy life. Do you think that since I believe marriage must be in church, church is the heart of marriage because I wrote my morality in the Bible, church, marriage.
Oh, you're
That's how I
you're
look at it.
Christian.
Yeah, I'm Christian. I'm Christian.
Okay.
I'm an Anglican. All right, I'm a Christian Anglican, and I
Okay.
believe there is only two gender: men, women. Cooley. I'm a very good fan of you. I'm 32 years old, and I've been following you very consistently. So
Appreciate that,
if
man.
this
Well, yeah.
trend-
What's your
Thank you so
next
much.
question? Go ahead.
If this trend of not getting married, since the law favors women, most of the law in the world favors women. If this trend of not getting married by the state, which what most of the countries does that, married by the state is legal. Do you think it's a disturbing trend that most people will adapt? Because my child, I'm not married yet. Let's say my child will be like, oh yeah, dad did that. Why I can't do that? You get what I mean? It becomes a trend where are we
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying, I think I understand your
not
question.
married by state?
I get what you're saying real quick. Basically, you're saying that since, you're saying that, well, since, people aren't really getting married, would it become a trend? Like getting married by the state, right? So, well, here's the thing. Well, if you get married by the state right now, it's not really biblical. Like, there's not really any laws that's in there that's like, you go ahead and get married by the church. That's what I recommend. I don't really recommend that people get married by the state. If you want to go ahead and get married by the state, by all means do so. And just make sure you have your ducks in order. But if you get married by the church, great thing. So it's never saying, oh, fellas, don't get married. No, that's dumb. I think that, as a man and as a woman, I think that that's something you should strive for. That's something that, you should do through the church. Legally, no, because it benefits the woman. If you get married right now by the state, like, you basically giving all your authority to the woman, especially if you're the breadwinner, right? So it's you're basically putting the woman in the leadership position. And also with these modern day women, like, back in the day, you get a woman that knows her role. She's a traditional woman herself, and she has a traditional man. That could work out. The probability would be extremely higher back in those days. And I'm not even talking like back in those days. I'm talking like even the 80s, 70s, stuff like that, where women knew their role and less women, weren't indoctrinated by feminism, and they thought that they were equal to the man. Currently, right now, there's many women out there that they want a traditional man, but they're not traditional themselves, right? And if you find yourself in that situation as a man, then you're going to be cruising for a bruising. But go ahead.
Your question, your explanation just led me to another question in this. So do you,
Cool.
I just want to understand what you're saying. So are you telling me that probability to divorce is there? That's the reason we are, is that what you're trying to say?
The probability of divorce is there. That's the reason. No, it's basically, since if you get married and you're married through the state, well, you're legally, the woman can appeal to a higher authority, right? So it's no longer God over man, man over woman, woman over children in your house. It's more like women that think that they're equal to the man. Understand what I'm saying? Women that think that, not all women, I'm speaking about the feminists out there, right? Or the women that don't know that they're feminists, but they're still living in ways where they think that they're equal to the man and things like that, or they want to just take advantage of the man. So I'm making it very simple, right? So since it's the case that women can appeal to a higher authority, which the man has to abide by, which is going to be the state that they're married in because they're legally married in that state, Well, she can go ahead and divorce you based off how she feels because of no fault divorce. Prior to no fault divorce, if you wanted to divorce, it had to be valid reasons for that, right? But due to the indoctrination of feminism, they fought for things like no fault divorce, where now you can just go ahead and divorce your spouse without any reason at all. You can wake up in the morning like, I don't love you anymore. Bye. Now, when it's marriage to the church, well, we don't adhere to those same, we don't adhere to the same state laws that you get what I'm saying, that these state marriages adhere to. We adhere to the church and biblical teachings and Christian ethics and so on and so forth. But go ahead. You had a question.
Yeah, but you say women have getting married by the state actually gives women higher authority and things like that. But
it gives her she can appeal to higher authority. It doesn't give her higher authority. She can just appeal to higher authority. And it's not to say that if it's a Christian, like if it's a marriage where it's not by state and it's by the church, it's not to say that she can't appeal to higher authority at certain times and due to certain circumstances. Yeah, this world is governed with rules and regulations. So if domestic violence happens, of course, she can call the cops. She's appealing to another authority figure. But I'm speaking about if she just wakes up and say, oh, well, yeah, I don't feel like it. She can divorce you, and not by appealing to that higher authority, she has the ability to take half from you.
Okay, if the man, like what you said just now, earlier in my first question.
Through a church, you don't have that ability. If you're not married by the state, if you're in a state, there are certain common law states, I think that's what it's called, where if you're living together for a certain amount of time, the woman does have access to, meaning that you would have to pay some type of alimony to her if you break up. Yeah. But then there's many other states where if you're living together for X amount of time, it don't matter. If y'all wasn't married, listen, she's not getting none of your bread.
If the man leads well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just asking you. If the man leads well, man is a very good leader, he's a masculine man, higher testosterone, he takes the L when needs to, and things like that. Do you think when the man leads well, do you think anything negative can happen if they go?
Yeah, we see it all the time, man. We see it all the time. It's because, even if the man is leading well, we see it all the time. Like, I think it's Steven Crowder, right? So he had a situation. He was married to a woman, and she tried to accuse him of like domestic violence and stuff like that. And it was video footage that came out where he didn't put his hands on the woman at all. It was just a regular argument, an argument that's, it wasn't even bad at all, right? But she was able to divorce him and take half. And who's to say that he's not a good leader? Like, he's rich, wealthy, well off financially. He's a conservative man. He's a masculine man. I would say things that he doesn't really understand is women's nature. So the red pill, where we give descriptors about the reality of women's nature, male and female intersexual dynamics. So he didn't understand that. So he really didn't know how to operate with his woman in modernity, in today's world, right? So you got to be equipped with red pill, Christian ethics, masculinity. Like, you have to be a well-rounded man. But even then, if you're married through the state, listen, bro, we don't know it all. Like, some of these chicks is chameleons, right? They can get away, right? Even then, the woman still can just wake up and say, I don't want to be with you anymore. And she can take half.
Noted. I get you on that point. I got one last question to you, Cooley.
Sure.
If I understand correctly, from the second one done, the first question just now, you said, no, there is no exception and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I've seen people who do 50-50, all right? People say like the man, okay, I'll give you an example, scenario. All right, certain decision, you need to ask me. The wife say, for example, decision like, when it comes to finance, all right? When it comes to finance, maybe the guy is a successful guy. Both of them are successful, very good job. So must ask the wife. And the wife, the reasoning why they say, oh, if you cannot respect my points or my views, if you are not letting me to decide on anything, you make the decision, you are executing and everything, then why am I here? I'm just existing just to give you babies, just to cook for you. Is that's all? So do you think we should at least give little bit, or maybe, all right, you can make decision up to this level, I can make the entire. I'm just asking you.
Okay, you're talking about making decisions. So,
Yeah,
you know,
because
when it
I'm talking
comes,
about. Sorry.
yeah, let
sorry.
me, yeah, let me
Quick,
just
quick
get,
point, quick point, quick point.
sure,
quick
go
point,
ahead.
quick point. Sorry. I'm asking about giving them little bit area to lead.
No,
Is it?
yeah,
Is
no.
it?
That isn't considered leading, right? So the man, even if the woman, you got to think about it. You're asking a question that, well, the man should give the woman a little bit authority to lead. The fact that the man has to grant authority to make a decision means that she isn't the leader. I'll repeat. The fact that the woman appeals to the man and asks for, hey, honey, can I please make the decision on this? This still means that he's the final decision maker, because he can shut it down and say, no, woman, or he can say, yeah, sure, go ahead. You can go ahead and not make that decision. Meaning he's still the final decision maker. He's still in the leadership position. Now, generally speaking, I would say that the man, if he's the leader, he is the final decision. Not even generally, always. If he is the leader, he is the final decision maker. If he is the leader, like if your woman makes the final decision, or you have to negotiate as a man, if you have to negotiate with your woman to make the final decision, you're not the leader, because then you're appealing to her to make a decision. If the woman is appealing to you, like, hey, honey, can I pick out these drapes for the window? Or honey, could we go here? I think that'll be fun. And you say, yeah, sure, honey, let's go there. Yeah, sure, honey. Yeah, we can go ahead and paint the walls differently. You're still the final decision maker. That's totally okay. I think that good leaders, they listen to the people that's following them, and they are considerate of, what the people are saying that's following them, but they still are the final decision maker.
My question just now, I think there's little bit misunderstanding. All right, me, yes, fine. But do David Cooley thinks that, oh, maybe when it comes to uh, finance planning, the women can take the decision, women can take the lead. But in terms of building the family, work, the man can take the lead. Division. Do you divide leadership?
No,
Divide and conquer. Do we do
no,
that?
it's never, there's no division, right? Because even if the man is saying, like, okay, like the woman has her duty and the man has his duty, right? If the man,
Women is working. This one, women is working.
it doesn't matter. If the man at any time wants to say, stop doing your duty, or to do your duty better, or to do a different duty, then he's still in a leadership position. The woman, if she wants to continue to be underneath this man, she would have to follow his authority, right? But it's never vice versa. The woman can never say to the man, oh, stop doing your duty. Oh, change your duty. Oh, you get what I'm saying? So I see you're making a hypothetical question. That's because you're looking for some scenario where the woman can be in a leadership position, because like you're looking for equality. That's the thing. Men and women aren't equal. You're asking questions to see, okay, well, where is Cooley going to break at? Is he ever going to give the woman any leverage? She doesn't have leverage at all from a biological standpoint. From any standpoint you're looking at, she has no leverage to the man. There's no leverage. I don't care if she's smarter than the man, if she makes more money than the man. I don't care at all. Listen, it's going to be a lot. If there's a life, what's more important? Money, education, or your life?
Life.
Who can protect your life? The man. So therefore,
Because
the
higher
woman
density bone
always has to
actually-
appeal to a man. It doesn't matter if it was 4,000 years ago or even now, today in modernity. If her life is in jeopardy, she's going to appeal to her man. What's more important? You just said the highest value is to preserve your life. It's not money, it's not education. So therefore, if the highest value is to preserve your life, and to do so, the woman has to appeal to the man. This means that the man is in authority position at all times.
All right, but this is because I've read in the Bible, it has said, women submit to your husband as to the Lord. All right, submit to your husband as to the Lord. So you are telling me that
The man is
matter the
essentially
era-
the Lord. On earth, the husband is essentially her Lord on earth.
How much do you think they should be submissive to their husband?
Listen,
the
there
threshold?
isn't a threshold. If I say jump, she starts jumping. And also she asks how high. Well, okay, Saya, master, do you want me to jump higher? You know what? Jump higher. That's how it should be. And you know what?
Listen.
You know
and
what?
do.
I actually live a life like that. My woman is that submissive.
But do you think that is an exception?
No, there's no exceptions. Give me an exception and I will argue against it.
Okay, I'll give you an exception. Because but okay, I'll give you an exception, but you have to be clean. All right.
All right, make
I'll
it
give you an
fast.
exception.
Make it
Be
fast. 'Cause I got someone up
Fine.
here that wants to ask you a question too. So go ahead.
Sure, noted. If let's say, I'm not against you. I'm just
Sure,
asking
no
you.
worries.
So if let's say the guy is not educated, he cannot make quality decisions. So still the man wants to lead. The women will not let to lead. Because she'll say, hey, I am better than you. You lead terrible. I lead better. So those kind of situations.
Okay, I'm gonna read Rolo. Shout outs to Rolo Tomasi. I see you in the chat, man. Appreciate you, man. We got Rolo Tomasi in here. I don't know if this is the real one. Can someone verify that? If this is the real Rolo Tomasi, but if it is, shouts out to Rolo Tomasi. But this chat says there can be no equal exchange of value between the sexes when one sex, men, is expected to die for the other. Right? So that's what I was saying before. There's no exceptions to it. Yeah, no exceptions. Zero exceptions. Real quick, let's give another one real quick. Shout outs to Rachel Wilson. I see you in the chat, Rachel Wilson. Appreciate the love. She says, hi, Cooley. Hi, chat. Hope y'all had a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, Rachel. And tell Andrew, my team has been working backstage to set up some debates for him on this show that I'll be hosting. So I'll be shooting him a message soon. I'll be texting him soon because I got some people that want to debate him. And I'll be moderating it on my podcast here. So let him know. Okay, listen. Let me bring up WitKid. He's a member. He wants to ask you one question. What's going on, WitKid?
This guy.
Chilling, man. So, I mean, you made a lot of the points that I was already going to make, but I do have one quick question, which I'm glad you did bring Alex on because I've been trying to get a hold of him about his car's extended warranty. So I really want to know what is the year and make and model of the car that you got.
Hey, yo. Go ahead, Alex. You want to answer that?
I didn't understand what he said.
Say it again, WitKid.
I said, I've been trying to get a hold of you about your car's extended warranty. I just need to know the year and make and model of the car that you got.
No, I'm not married.
No, I'm just playing. No, but on a real talk, though. So if you think that women can take the role and actually take the lead, why is it that a man always has to be the protector? How can a woman take the lead when she can't protect?
Okay, I will answer that, Vicky. They can take the lead probably in certain areas. Because I have not seen them leading well, but literally in today's era with their
Hold on, wait, let's
education
back up.
and
Let's
so
back up
on,
real quick with that one sentence. I haven't seen them leading well. So what makes you think they could lead? If you've already had it in your mind that they are not good leaders, why would you insist on them being the leader?
certain areas probably.
Certain areas?
Education.
Yeah, but if certain areas doesn't make you a leader as a overall good leader just because you're good at one or two things. You have to be good at multiple things in order to be a leader.
True. Noted. Yeah, Cooley.
All right, Alex. Appreciate
over.
you,
Thank you.
Wicked. Appreciate you, Wicked. He
All right,
said,
man.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
so yeah, Alex, I know you're a supporter. You came up with some good questions. Yeah, man, just you take the feminism out, bro. Men and women aren't equal from a biological perspective. So therefore, like just the simple, you never want to find yourself in a position where you have to negotiate with your woman for the leadership position. So if you as a man, if you're appealing to your woman saying, well, listen, baby, I think that, I should have, I should take the green light on this here. You asking the woman for permission to like lead in any scenario, you're cruising for a bruising. Like you're already on the wrong side of the railroad tracks. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that just by you asking her, you're doing a few things wrong. Just by you asking her that, you're showing her that you really don't have that much confidence. And you're also showing her that you are appealing to her authority rather than her appealing to your authority, right? And then inadvertently, even if you do make the decisions, inadvertently, you are putting her on top. So in her mind, she would just be viewing you like, well, yeah, he does everything, but I have to tell him what to do. Like, think about that. Women have that attitude. Women have the attitude of when they go to their girlfriends and they're talking to their friends and stuff like that in group chats, they're like, oh, yeah, I always tell my man what to do. He never really knows what to do. Do we bicker and stuff like that amongst men? Are we ever with our friends like, no. Yeah, bro, I always have to tell my girl what to do? No, it's just known that you got to tell your chick what to do. We're not complaining about having to lead our woman. That's what I'm saying. Men don't complain about having to lead our woman, but women complain about having to lead a man.
Because that's not their
This
nature
is
to
why,
lead.
yeah,
They
this
don't
is
have-
why they're not fit for the position.
Because they complain.
Because
And
they don't feel comfortable in that position. They don't.
Oh.
And I'll tell you,
Okay.
the women that do feel comfortable. Now I could say this. Is there some exception to the rule where a woman feels comfortable in that position?
Leading.
If there is a woman that feels comfortable in the position leading a man, like if she actually feels comfortable and she doesn't grow resentment for that man, you want me to tell you what type of woman that is? You want me to tell you?
Before you tell, I feel that guy is not a man. All right, you continue to tell.
Well, do you want me to tell you what type of woman that is? No,
Yeah.
I'm saying that the woman that feels comfortable leading.
Leading. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without growing any resentment.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's the devil. That's the devil. Full devil. That's Lucifer. That isn't a woman. That's the devil. Yeah, that isn't a woman. If she actually feels comfortable leading that relationship, happy as can be. Yeah, honey, she made all the final decisions. She doesn't lose attraction for him. She doesn't grow resentment. That isn't a woman. That's the devil.
Noted,
Yeah.
really. Noted.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all right, man. Appreciate the love, man. Have a blessed one,
Thank
brother.
you
Good
so
questions.
much, Dad, really.
All right, chat. Get the likes up, man. He has some good questions. It wasn't necessarily a debate because, I wasn't like challenging him on his worldview. I think that he understood, the ideology, but maybe he was a little unsure. We get people that ask questions and stuff like that, and that's totally fine. All right, chat. Shouts out to Rollo Tomasi. Looks like that was the real Rollo Tomasi. Shout outs to you, man. And also shout outs to Rachel Wilson, still in here. let's get to the super chats real quick, and we'll bring up some more people for open panel debate night because we got more people backstage. And we'll also get to reacting to the clips that the members sent me. But let's get to some of these super chats. All right, we got Wicked Dreams. He just was up in here, but he sent in $20 earlier. He says, big shout out to you, Cooley, and whoever wants the smoke tonight, let's get it. Yeah, hopefully it's a good panel, man. We're just an hour in, but normally things start picking up during the 2-hour mark. So we'll see what types of folks we get in here tonight. We got Wicked. He renews his membership for 8 months on gang level. He says, can we debate why Head and Shoulders does not have a body wash called Knees and Toes? Just trolling. Okay, man, you in here trolling. We got Zandal. Zandal sends in $5. She says, missed the whole gang. Why you ain't tell us about the Mr. Let Go stream? And was it, nah. So the reason why, so they hit me up randomly on a day where I wasn't streaming, so it wasn't planned. So I guess Mr. Let Go was on one of these panels, and he was talking smack about me, and he was lying about the encounter. Now, I got fans, all over. So one of the people that was in that stream moderating and also speaking, he hit me up and was like, yo, Mr. Let Go lying on your name. Here's the link. Join real quick so you can just clear the air because he talking crazy. So I went ahead and joined the stream. I wasn't prepared. I was just like in a hoodie. I joined right on my phone. Obviously, you've seen I didn't have a mic, cameras, my professional camera or the lights or anything. And I just went ahead and joined, and he was basically making all these lies. And, that's the thing. You guys heard the story about the whole Mr. Let Go thing. He's a punk, right? The same person I am on stream is the same person I am off stream. Like, nothing changes as far as me being Cooley, right? But he talked greasy on stream when I met him in person on a feminist podcast called Tonight's Conversation. All male feminists, black male feminists added, the weakest mind people ever. They have the weakest mentality. I had 3 or 4 grown men crying on that podcast that I did last year when we were speaking about feminism and the Me Too movement and stuff like that. But anyways, when I met him there during that 3-day podcast that we did like I did like 12 episodes, and I probably did like 8 episodes. They only put out 4 episodes that I was on. They haven't put out the other 4 because I was cooking. They didn't want to put out any of the episodes where I was cooking. But anyways, when I met him in person, I asked him for the fade. I was like, listen, we can catch this fade or we can piece it up. It was instantly. I didn't say hi to him. I didn't piece him up. It was nothing like that. And he was like, nah, man, that internet stuff I don't take serious. It's just the internet stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. Pieced it up with him. It was all love. But then after that, like after those 3 days of me making that content, they try to put out hit pieces on me. And that's what these male feminists do. The male feminists do that, and the woman, anybody from the left, bro, they try to make hit pieces on you. That's what they do because it's like, it's in their nature to be gossipers, to lie, and try to destroy your character. That's what they do. That's what women do. And these feminine men, they take on those same womanly characteristic traits and they try to do the same thing. Y'all see it all the time, right? So anyways, after I did that podcast, he went and started doing some other podcasts and just started lying on my name. Like, oh yeah, Cooley ain't do nothing. And then I'm like, then I told the story. I'm like, bro, and I had Ease with me. I did a whole stream with Ease. It's like a year, probably over a year ago stream. I did a stream with Ease talking about it. And Ease vouched for me as well. Ease was like, bro, Ease knew me since 19. So he already know, like, I'm the type of individual where, you know what I mean? Like, if I say something, I'm going to do it, right? And I told him if I see him in person, I'm going to, test how masculine you are. You're talking really masculine live on stream, but let's see if you still have that energy in person. I tested him. He wasn't with it. And he's even said like, bro, he was scared. Everybody in there was scared of me and they hated me because of my ideology and everything else. So that's what it was. But I spoke about this so many times, man. So it wasn't really nothing. It's the only reason why I addressed it again on that other stream, which was like maybe a month ago from now, was because he was still talking out of pocket. So I had to put him in his place. But that's it. That gets no more of my energy because it's, you know, he knows what's up. Homie knows what's up. All right, let's go ahead and okay, so we got nobody backstage, so let me let the audience know tonight is open panel debate night. So if you want to come up and join stream, you can join open panel debate night. We can debate about feminism, if you are a feminist, if you are an anti-natalist, if you are an atheist. We can speak about how you ground your morality without God. I actually got a debate coming up next week with a Jubilee debater. We're going to be debating that. Shout outs to Jim Bob and Jay Dyer. I've been watching a lot of their streams to educate myself a little bit on that topic and stuff like that too. So I always give kudos where kudos is due. But anyways, if you want to go ahead and join stream, click the first link that's pinned in a YouTube comments and I'll bring you on up. But let's get to the next clip that we're going to react to. Let's see what we got. All right.
With him, what was the turnoff?
Specifically, the turnoff was when I asked that question about would you date a single mother? And Jacoby, you proceeded to tell me that basically you're a high value man and you are too good for a single mother. However, you did also tell me that you were raised by a single mother, which is profound for me to think that a single mother's not good enough for you, but it's good enough for a woman to raise you.
Another single mother clip. That like what she's trying to correlate doesn't make sense. Well, are you my mother? Like, is the man dating his mother? No, he's not dating his mother. Does the man have responsibility of protecting and providing his mother? No, the man doesn't have responsibility of protecting and providing his mother. So even though he came from a single mother household, does not mean he wants to date a woman that is a single mother. So what you try to correlate is totally different because a man or a boy as a child is not in the same position as a grown adult dating a woman. It's two totally different positions. So she's just dumb. She doesn't get it. But let's see what he says.
That's unfair. And it's very insensitive to women out there who have children.
All right, so.
And she said that that's unfair. Oh, man, we're going to unpack this.
Just because it's a cycle, I wanted to continue.
It doesn't have to continue.
So what I'm saying is that
it's more about why would you cut off and.
That was a good point that he made, though. He said, you know, just because he was part of a cycle, does he want, like, does it mean that he should continue it? Like, he was raised with a single mother. So obviously him as a kid, he would understand the dynamic of a single mother. Maybe, I'm not saying all, but, you know, I'm speculating. Maybe he was in a situation where him being raised with his single mother, you know, his mom was bringing in boyfriend after boyfriend after boyfriend, and he's seeing these men out in the house, or maybe not even that, or maybe he just grew up with no father figure, so he really didn't get a good grasp of the male experience because, you know, what he was getting was just his, you know, mother's experience of the world, right? Like fathers tend to discipline different. They tend to just operate totally in a different realm than the mother does with the child. And especially like the man needs to look at something, like a boy needs to look at an example of a man so he can, you know, emulate that, right? If he has no example of a man, it's going to be hard to become a man. He's going to basically have to discover that on his own or with God. Right? God, please help. I was raised with a single mama. You know, I really don't know what it is to be a man. Like your mom ain't going to teach you that. It's either other men. You got to go through trials and tribulations to discover it on your own, or praise God and hopefully God would bless you with the spirit to be like, Yeah, nigga, get it together. So yeah, that makes sense. And she doesn't get that. She's still talking about this unfairness.
Say that single women are not on the same level.
What you're supposed to learn from is history. So you're a very intelligent woman. You're a very intelligent woman, right?
Yes.
So if you know, as a woman growing up, you know it's the less likelihood for you to be successful by having a child. So what you do, you be more proactive. Using condoms.
What's that got to do?
Oh, he flipped it on her. Ooh, smart brother. He flipped it on her.
Making sure that you, okay, if you're getting pregnant, then all right, cool. Maybe I shouldn't continue having this child because I'm not getting married. A better chance of me having a successful life by finding a man. That's what I'm thinking.
So you were raised by a single mother.
Yes. And
Is your mother still alive?
I struggle. My mom's still alive.
Did she struggle or did you struggle?
Both of us struggle.
Okay, so you're...
Wait, that was stupid. Even the host is dumb. Did she struggle or did you struggle? Well, if he struggled, obviously the mother was struggling, right? And if the mother was struggling, obviously he was struggling, because that's the authority figure in the home. Like what, bro? These people piss me off.
Words that echoed all around social media, and I want to make sure that we have this clearly, were: I'm a high value man. I've done things to step up my echelon, and I'm not going to settle for a single mother.
Yeah,
did I have that correctly? I want to be clear.
Yeah, we'll be selling.
Right. So what makes you think you're a high value man? The car you drive?
Oh, so this is what they do. So like they can't disprove his argument. They can't refute his argument. So then they just go to like personal attacks. What makes you a real man? The car you drive, the money you have. Does that make you a real man? Like, so then these women are the arbiter of what makes a good man. These women are the ones that, well, listen, you have to appeal to these women to see who a real man is, because if these women wasn't here, we don't really know what a real man is. So, bro, this is feminism 101, where women, these particular women, think that they are in a position where they understand the male's experience in the world. They don't understand the male's experience because they lived a much different life than men do, a more privileged position, generally speaking, from men and women. Women, you know, they just lived a more privileged position, a more coddled position. Like, listen, you can sell a body part and make a living. Do men have the ability to sell a body part and make a living? No, we don't have that ability to sell and to make a living. We don't have the ability to, generally speaking, like 99.999% of men do not have the ability to sell a body part and make a living. And I'm not saying that women should sell a body part, but in all, like, if worst case scenario, I still don't recommend it, but at least they can appeal to a body part to sell. Worst case scenario, homie just gonna be homeless, right? It's like, it ain't no market for your body part, homie. So you homeless out here. So they live just a much privileged, the life is more coddled, and it's a much privileged position, a more privileged position.
No, the value I put out into the world.
What about your character?
I have great character. I built myself to basically have better choices. You want to know why? Because women can choose and make a choice. They can say, I don't want to date a man that makes less than 6 figures. They can. And then what are you doing? You're demeaning a man.
Talking about that.
Women
That's
can
not
talk
the
about
situation
that yeah. He flipped it back on him. He was good. Look, he was shooting, boom, boom, boom. I don't want no single mothers. So then they started trying to dodge the bullets, but they was still getting hit. They was getting hit. So then they was like, wait. He's shooting, let me shoot back. They started to shoot back. Well, what's your character? Boom, boom. What makes you a high value man? Boom, boom. And he was dodging them bullets. He was like, phew, phew. Neo from the Matrix, and he shot right back. Rocket launcher.
That's not your woman can say, I won't date a man less than 5'8", and the man could be 5'4". Do they care about
what does that have to do?
Exercising all of those.
So I'll explain a little bit for him. So what he's basically saying here is women have a standard. They have prerequisites that a man has to meet, right? Men don't get mad at women's standards. When women have standards, height preference, an income preference, all of these things, they have all of these prerequisites that men have to meet to even get a date with them or to even get a reply back from them on Instagram. That's what he's speaking about. And they're saying that, well, what does that mean? Because they don't understand. They don't even understand their privileged position that they're in. They don't understand. Like, they don't understand that, wait, I could just wake up being a girl and DMs come to me. I can walk outside and men come to me. So I get all of these options. So, well, yeah, there's going to be like a gate that I'm going to have up of the only way I'll open this gate is if these men meet my requirements, because I have so many of them, so many options. And they don't understand that they do this naturally. It comes natural for them to have these prerequisites because they have no burden of performance on them when it comes to dating and finding the opposite mate. But men, we have a burden of performance. In order for us to truly have a confident gate up and some prerequisites, well, we need to have some options, right? Or as a man, if you don't have any options, then you truly need to understand your value. And I think one of the only ways you understand your value as a man, you really need to, you need to appeal to Christianity. That makes you understand your value as a man. That book is, listen, man, listen, it's the book. It teaches you about masculinity for sure. Now, if you're going to a church and they're reading it through this feminist lens, you may not know anything about true masculinity through the book. But I digress. Anyways, they don't understand that, they live a much coddled life and they don't understand the male experience. And when he's saying these things like, well, y'all have these preferences that a man has to meet. I got my preferences too. And one of them just so happens to be that I don't want a single mom. And they think that it's degrading to them for a man to have a standard. So they're trying to demonize his standard. That's all they're doing.
With anything.
If a fat man is sitting here, he can be a fat man, right? But if a fat woman is sitting here, you would say, oh no, we're body positive.
Oh, he's spitting out. So listen, they were shooting. Let me stop doing the whole shooting thing, but you get what I'm saying. He's shooting back. Good job, fella.
No, we can't say that. It's all about picking her up. So every time it's saying something for a man,
bro,
it's down.
You got a lot on your back.
Yeah,
okay.
Man.
So what I want to be clear, not just for you, but for everybody out there, is the car you drive, your resume, your bank account, your accolades is not what makes you.
Wait, he didn't say anything like that. You see how Yo, you see how these women are? Like, she's putting words in his mouth and she's making all of these assertions where he didn't say any of that. They asked him the question and he basically just avoided it and he flipped it back on him. He started shooting. And she's speaking about, oh, the cars you drive, the money you make, all of this stuff doesn't make you a real man. Well, he didn't say that anyway. Who are you speaking to right now?
A high value man. We are all defined by the sum of our deeds and our character, and you, brother, are coming up to the sum of zero.
So now he's the sum of zero. Yo, these chicks are evil. And the thing is, you can tell he's been watching Red Pill content, probably watched some of my content, Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast, stuff like that. Kevin Samuels back when he was alive. So you can tell that he has the ideology, so he can still shoot back, but he's not a content creator. He doesn't deal with these people on a regular basis. Like if I was on this panel, like I would have they would have all been crying. They would have all been crying. So yeah, but still shouts out to him because he still held it down. He held it down perfectly. I don't even know what show this is. What show is this? I don't even watch reality TV shows, but Source, Own Network. Yeah, I don't know what show this is, but anyways, he still held it down. He said what he had to do, and they actually look stupid. Now, the truth is, after this show, those women walked away on a high horse. Like, yeah, we told him, but like anybody with an IQ over 90, nah, I don't know, people. It ain't even IQ. Anyone over here on this side of the internet that understand male and female intersexual dynamics, you know that he was cooking, right?
Amen.
Okay, that was the end of that clip. All right, chat. Hopefully we got some people backstage to debate. We do got 2 people backstage for open panel debate night, but your camera isn't on, so make sure your camera is on and I'll bring you on up. Once again, tonight is open panel debate night. You can debate me about anything that you want. Again, you have the upper hand because there's no specific topic. You can come in here and be like, yo, Cooley, what you said is crazy. Boom, boom, bing, bow. And then you can make me look crazy. You can clip it. You can go viral. You can become famous overnight. This is why I do open panel debate night. So click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments and you can join open panel debate night. All right. So you know what? Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to do a giveaway. Tonight is a giveaway. I am giving away a microphone. Let me get that for you guys. Hold up. I'm gonna do a giveaway. So here's what I'm giving away today. This is a Shure mic MV7X podcast microphone. So anyone that's starting up their own podcast and things like that, man, you can get this mic today for free. And how you do so is by signing up for my sponsor. I'm sponsored by Aura. Right? That's my sponsorship. If you support me, support my sponsor. It's a 14-day free trial. It doesn't cost you a cent to sign up, right? So once we get 50 people to sign up, we got over 200 people in here, 50 people to sign up, I'll go ahead and pick one person randomly, right? One person randomly to give this microphone to you. And this is like this is like 200. I think it's like 150, 175 around there. But you guys see me. This is the Shure mic. What is this? The SM7B. So this is a more expensive mic that I'm using, but this mic is just as good. So I'll be honest with you. This mic here, it compresses the audio so low that I have to buy a cloud lifter, right? And this cloud lifter is about $200. This one, I think this one is about $250, right? So with this mic, you basically gotta buy a cloud lifter. But with this mic, it's not compressed as much, so you don't have to buy a cloud lifter. And you see me use this mic when I do my full panel dating podcast. Everyone does. All the girls on the show use this mic. So I'm giving this away. It's free. It hasn't even been opened up at all. If you can see, it's still got the tape on it. Haven't been opened, haven't been used. It is a brand new microphone. And once we get 50 people to sign up for my sponsorship, which is Aura, and once again, Aura simply is just an identity theft protection going into 2026, man. You want to protect your identity. You want to protect your social security number, things like that. You can go ahead and do it for free for 14 days by utilizing my link in the description. So let me go ahead and show you guys. I'll go ahead and share it real quick. And how I'm going to verify it and verify the 50 that signed up, I'm going to do that by you guys will have to send me a screenshot via Instagram. That's what I need to verify it. So I know you're like, well, Cooley, come on, man. It's like, I just want to sign up and get the microphone. But yeah, sign up with my sponsor. It's free. It's very useful. It's good to protect your information and your data out there. Like, listen, these scammers and these fraudsters, they can... I don't want to expose anybody, so I'm not going to speak about it. But let's just say I did a podcast with someone before when I first started, where I was only like 3 months in or 4 months in doing this podcast. And I actually had a scammer on the show and I did not know. I went ahead and took that video down because homie was a real scammer and was telling things on how they scam. And trust me, man, they have a database with debit card information, credit card information that they use. So it's real serious out there. But yeah, let me go ahead and go to the description on this video actually here, so you guys can see. And let's go here. Let me share my screen. All right, so I'm sharing my screen. So right now on this video, if you click on the description, right? If you go to the description box on YouTube and it says, stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches, go to my sponsor. It's aura.com/nofugazi. That's the link you have to click on. When you click on that link, sign up. It's a 14-day free trial. It costs you nothing at all. And you can start tracking if your data has been exposed, like if any of these scammers or these data breachers has your information out there. They'll tell you for free. Once you sign up, you get 14 days of it. So you can try this out for free, 14 days without spending any money. Once it comes 14 days, you can go ahead and cancel it, right? You go ahead and cancel it. I don't care. You can cancel it after one day, after you sign up for it, and it's like, well, I don't really think I need it. Then go ahead and cancel it. But I don't think that you'll need to cancel it because I use it. Also, let me show you guys something too, because I actually have results of them helping me, right? And it's only right that I show you guys the truth, because we got to keep it no fugazi here. So that's the link you click on. So real quick, click that link, sign up. The first 50 people that click the link, I will choose one out of that 50 to send this microphone to. So one out of that 50, I'll send the microphone to. So that's right there in the YouTube description. Do that now. All right, let me stop sharing. And then what I want you to do is, once you click the link, you sign up, go to Instagram, send me a screenshot of you signing up, send that to me. Just DM it to me at No Fugazi Podcast on Instagram. DM it to me. Or if you don't have Instagram, because I know some of you are old school, you can email it to me. My email is in the YouTube description too. So you can email it to me, or you can send it to me on Instagram, the screenshot of you signing up for Aura. Now, let me show you guys something, right? So remember, I had all of these Facebook pages making fake Facebook accounts of me and stuff like that. I'll actually show you guys a few of them, because a few of them are still up. But they have been helping me a lot. Let me go to Facebook. And you guys will see it on Facebook. My Facebook account has 1.2 million followers, but you guys will see all these fake pages of me on Facebook of No Fugazi Podcast or of David Cooley, and it'll be me with many different women. Like, they're basically trying to ruin my reputation by making AI photos. And these AI photos, I ain't gonna hold you, some of them look really real, but then other ones don't look real. But that's besides the case. The fact is that these Facebook pages are growing with hundreds of thousands of followers, with me, with all of these women and all of these different relationships, and with all of these kids. You guys thinking I'm talking crazy right now, but the people that know, I'm about to show y'all right now. Adam, I see you in here, Adam. I'm going to bring you up shortly once I'm done with this shouting out the sponsor and showing people how they can get this free microphone. Let's see here. Crazy stuff. All right, so look, just type it in. Crazy stuff comes up. All right, let me go ahead and share this with you guys. All right, so right off the bat, you can go ahead and see this is Facebook, and these fake Facebook accounts of me. Look at this one, No Fugazi Podcast. They're just posting weird stuff, but they're monetized and they're getting all of this money from it, right? But let's click on this one. 213K followers. Look, let's click on this one. They're using my content. This isn't my page at all. They're using my content. Now you're gonna see a lot of fake pictures of me. They post a lot of stuff. They do like 10 posts a day or more than that. But let me see if I can find some of these fake photos of me with all of these different women. So look at this photo. Fake. Let's keep going. Dang, they keep... All right, that one is a real photo. They used a real photo right there. But it's still like, this isn't me, right? So this is someone that is using my information, creating these fake profiles, and they are profiting off of it. Like, they're monetizing on Facebook. You get paid for pictures, paid for videos. You get paid for anything that you post. And this just happens to be one of the pages that haven't been taken down yet. But many pages have been taken down. Shout outs to my sponsor, Aura. So I want you guys to go ahead and really sign up for Aura, man. It's free. It is free. And then also, once again, so I'll give the instructions again for this free microphone. You click the link in my YouTube description. It's the first link that's in the YouTube description. It's the Aura link. That's my sponsorship. It's an identity theft protection company, right? They protect your data and your identity from scammers stealing your information and things like that. You get 14-day free trial. After 14 days, they will charge you though. So if you don't want to be charged, just utilize it within those 14 days. And trust me, you'll get a lot of utility in those 14 days. And they'll tell you if your data has been breached in the past or currently, and you'll get that for free. So not only do you get that service for free, but once we get 50 people, I'll pick one lucky winner to send this microphone to. Now sign up for Aura, send in, DM me a screenshot of you signing up or email me a screenshot of you signing up, and my Instagram and my email is in my YouTube description. Okay. Let's go back to open panel debate night. Here we go.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
My name's Adam. I just had two questions. From a religious perspective, I haven't really had a lot of people give me good answers.
Okay.
And I just wanted your perspective. I know you're a big in your Christian faith. So my first question is on a hypothetical. So if an alien race came down from the sky and said that we're wrong, that they're created in God's image, and that we're not, how would that change the foundation of Christianity? Would it change?
So if an alien race came down, hypothetically came down, so once again, and from my worldview, that hypothetical cannot even exist from my worldview. So from a Christian perspective, that hypothetical cannot exist. So I do many hypotheticals to test to see if someone is logically consistent or just to test their worldview itself, because a lot of these hypotheticals can fit into their worldview. Like if you're an atheist, that hypothetical can fit into your worldview because you think that everything started from the Big Bang. So therefore, there is a chance that there can be alien life on another planet. From my worldview, there's zero chance that it can be alien life on another planet. But for the sake of the question, and since I'm a good faith person, I'll go ahead and just honor it and give you a general perspective. Cool?
Yeah. Because
But
and that also
to answer it, it isn't realistic from my worldview.
Okay.
Got it. But just to go ahead and answer the question, if you want to speak some sci-fi stuff, the first question that I would ask, I would say, well, if the aliens was created in God's image, then my question would be, then were we created in the aliens' image? Then my next question would be, because you said that there still is a God though, right? But the aliens just was created first.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the next question would be, well, if there still is a God out there, and if, we were, or I would ask this. So then are we created in the alien's image, or are we kind of just like animals to the alien?
And that was going to be another question. Could it, if something created, could we be a third creation? Like if something created aliens, then aliens created us.
So it all depends on which way you want to go down the rabbit hole. If it's the case that God created these other aliens, these other beings in his image, and then we're basically like animals where we don't have any free will, and you get what I'm saying? We're not like sentient, conscientious beings, then, our everything is basically predetermined, right? Then it's just like, there's no right or wrong for us. You get what I'm saying? So it would kind of go down that rabbit hole. Then it'd be like, all right, well, guns blazing, do what we want then. We were basically animals then, right?
And then why does everything stem back to the Big Bang Theory? So the Big Bang Theory was the creation of our universe, but as we know, there are multiple upon multiple upon multiple universes. The space expands further than what we could even imagine and is even discovered. The limits of what like NASA hit stem far beyond what we can see and deem. So why does everything go back to the Big Bang Theory being the start when we know there are multiple universes out there?
Well, that's a good question. I'll get to that in a second. Let me go ahead and take a quick bathroom break because I gotta piss. So give me 60 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Hold up. Okay. All right, Adam. So your next question was Big Bang. Why does everything go back to Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, because that was just the creation of our universe. But as we know, there are several universes, multiple upon multiple universes in the space.
Do you believe in Big Bang Theory?
I believe it happened, but I believe it could be the creation of our universe, but I don't believe it's the creation of the space-time continuum and the multiple universes as a whole.
Okay. So you do believe in Big Bang, but you're a Christian?
No. If I had to say anything, I guess I'm more of an ancient alien theorist. I do believe in extraterrestrials, and I mean, I believe in, if anything, what would be called genetic manipulation. Humans have started to dive into genetic manipulation, be able to alter fetuses and babies before they're born, and change different characteristics like hair color and things. So, what if the human race has started dabbling in genetic manipulation? Sorry, and what's it called? 3D printing organs and things. What's to say a race that's got 2, 3, 4,000 years more of a history couldn't do the same thing at a more extensive level?
Yeah, I don't believe in Big Bang. I don't believe that this Earth was around for 300,000 years, or the galaxy and all of that stuff. I don't believe that at all. But you believe that. What's your account for that? Like, what's your evidence of Big Bang, and what's your evidence to believe in aliens and stuff?
I have no direct evidence, but per se about like the Big Bang. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a giant Big Bang theorist. I'm a more of an, like I said, more of an ancient astronaut theorist. I believe in life existing beyond us. I mean, throughout cultures and histories, the achievements, how the pyramids got built. You take the gods, the interpretation of gods throughout the world, how they're so similar. If you take Norse mythology with Odin, through Greek mythology with Zeus, and then if you look up Mayan mythology with Aztec mythology, all hailing to similar gods, building pyramids, erecting pyramids at just unexplainable geographic locations and coordinations, mapping out stars.
Okay, so you believe in these things that there isn't any evidence for, but you don't believe in God?
Like I said, I believe that the evidence is built through what they depicted, what they worshipped. If you look at the Egyptian temples or pyramids and the carvings, the Native American carvings on caves, all of them depict gods looking surreal. I mean, if you take the depiction from the Mayans of not the Mayans, Aztecs was Quetzalcoatl, the Mayans
Yeah, that
was
isn't.
Kukulkan. It's a man in a space
Yeah, that really
outfit.
doesn't answer my question, though. Like, my question is very simple. Since you believe in aliens and you worded it ancient what?
Ancient
you're
alien theorist.
ancient alien theorist. If you believe in all of these things where there isn't any proof of or any evidence for it, why don't you believe in God? Like, why don't you just say, hey, well, I believe in God, rather than believing in this other made up sci-fi stuff?
I don't disbelieve he could be there, but what my question on that would be, what makes it there only one? If throughout most of history, there was every culture worshipped multiple gods, and the bring about of the Abrahamic faith was brought about through violence. You look at the Spanish Inquisition, when they came over to South America, they were burning and destroying anything that the Mayans had that related to their faith and their culture.
Okay, I see. So you're a skeptic when it comes to religion. You're a skeptic when it comes to Christianity and things like that. I
Don't
get it.
me
Well,
wrong,
I'm
I
just
do
saying.
feel like, sorry, I was gonna say, I do feel like Christianity promotes great values and has a
Yeah.
great agenda. Out of all the religions, I do believe Christianity promotes the absolute best. And Andrew Wilson does make a great case on becoming an Orthodox. I've watched many of his debates. But the bring abouts of the faith was all through violence. The Romans, when they brought about Catholicism, was through violence. Again, the Spanish Inquisitions, I feel like
Well,
it
isn't it isn't that faith was brung about through violence. That's not the case. It's just that violence happened in the world. Like, that's what happens. Violent is, you would have to demonstrate how violence actually brung about faith, or rather than violence happening and, people found Christianity as more reliable than other religions and things like that. Basically, my question for you here is then, since you are basically you're an atheist, if
agnostic,
agnostic, I would say, yeah. So you're agnostic, and you believe in aliens and things like that. Well, where do you believe in objective morality?
I've heard him talk about this a lot. Can you explain the difference again between objective morality and
objective morality would be mind independent, meaning that the morality is grounded not in human beings, is grounded by God, and because God's nature is good, right? He has a moral nature, so it's grounded there. And since it's objective there because God is omniscient, God is divine, God is eternal. Like his ontology is much different than ours, so it's unchanging. This is what makes it objective. From the Christian perspective, that's how we look at it. Atheists and other ideologies, they try to ground morality in different ways, but they have a hard time doing it. Yeah, and feelings and stuff like that. So my question for you then, do you believe that like there's a standard for morality and knowledge and number theory and all of these metaphysical categories that we have no evidence for, but we utilize on a day-to-day basis? Do you believe that that's a thing, or you don't believe in that at all? Or does that come from aliens?
To an extent, I do believe in it. I do believe there should be a consensus of morality, whether it comes from the Bible. I do, but I do believe that there should be some kind of objective morality. People should. That's why I don't disbelieve in Christianity or think it's a bad thing. I do believe it promotes great values. But then that's also your statement about God's morality. That's also, to me, I feel like a clash and a difference between the New Testament and the Old Testament. God was not very nice in the Old Testament in the way he treated his subjects and those who did not do as he asked or commanded.
Well, that isn't true. Have you read biblical scriptures, and were you, taught by any priest or anyone intellectual to teach you about biblical scriptures from I've
read the Bible, I've read the Torah, I've read the Quran. I did go to church for a period of time when I was in my Marine Corps career. So I have dabbled with it. I haven't sat down and talked to pastors and stuff because I'm very combative.
Yeah, so God's morality didn't change from Old Testament to New Testament. Same God, nothing changed at all. It's just different. So in the Old Testament, after Adam and Eve bit from the apple, they were mankind was in a fallen state. Mankind had fallen. Then after mankind had fallen, angels was coming down here, sleeping with people, creating giants. The world was crazy. God flooded the world, started all over. So the moral laws was given in a way where it was progressive revelation. Like, think about it. If you have any children or no?
First one's on the way, due in January.
Got it. So when your first one is on the way, it's going to be you said January?
Yeah.
That's a blessing, man. Shouts out to you. About to become a father. Yeah, shouts out to you.
Thank you.
So when your child is born, are you going to give your child moral law? Like incest is bad, rape is bad, bestiality is bad, don't do this. You're not going to do that because the child isn't going to be mature enough to understand, right?
Eventually. My fiance, she's a Catholic, she's Mexican, and she's her whole family's very Catholic.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're not just going to give moral law to your child on day one. You're going to give moral law gradually over time.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, because it wouldn't comprehend anything.
That's the same thing with biblical scriptures. So biblical scriptures, what it does is throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament, since mankind has fallen, God is given revelations gradually over time as people mature spiritually.
But look how he did Moses, though. Moses never got to reach the Holy Land, all because he hit a rock.
He disobeyed God. Moral law do not disobey God.
But that's very vast and different from the pray for forgiveness now.
What are you? Listen, if you do not repent from your sins and find Jesus in the New Testament, are you going to heaven or hell?
Hell.
Okay, so what has changed? There's still moral authority. There's still do's and there's still don'ts. In the Old Testament, Genesis. So think about it. From Genesis to Revelations, it's still the same thing, man. It's just that you'll read different scriptures throughout the Bible, and it's not that God is giving a prescription for humans to act like this. No, it's just stories that is giving a descriptor how things were. And then God is judging them based on how things were back then.
So do you feel
But as culture and society has evolved, like over time, right? And they matured spiritually, God laid down more moral laws. So he did it gradually, just how you as a father would lay down moral law to your child gradually over time. Like the things that you'll tell your 13-year-old is much different than the things that you told your 5-year-old, because they matured differently over time. Human beings matured spiritually over time. Think about the fall of man. It was crazy. Then God flooded the earth because of all of the craziness. And then people had to start all over. How did it start? It started with what? Noah and his family. And how did the family reproduce? Through incest. Was that good? Was that something that God wanted them to do? No, it's that happened because of Adam and Eve, because they were in a fallen state already. So it's not anything that God is telling them to do and God is making them do. Is that that's the consequences of their ancestors' decisions and the consequences of their decisions as well.
So do you believe that we're all offspring of Noah then?
Yeah, man.
I mean, if you look at the population of the world between Mexicans, between Hispanics, Asians, black, white, how can we all be from the same set of parents?
Genetic diversity. What do you mean? There's many different genetic diversities that's out there, even through two individuals. Like if when you have a child, you're about to have your first child in January, right? In a few weeks probably. And when you have your second child, I hope you do have a second child. Keep having kids, man. When you have your next child, your child may not come out with the same eyes, may have a different little hair texture, right? The one child may be like redneck, really can't tan, and the other child can tan pretty good without getting burnt so fast. So there's gonna be diversities even through you, my friend. So what are you talking about?
But if my baby comes out black, I'm gonna have some questions for her.
Oh yeah, she was sleeping with a real nigga. Yeah, that's what happened there, man. That's what happened there. But and also, even when it comes down to the diversity of different racial phenotypes and things like that, that's just all with a lot of that is with environment plays a lot into that as well. Whites. Caucasus Mountains is cold weather. They need a more thinner nose to breathe in the oxygen. The blacks, they hotter, warmer weather, wider nose to take in that heat. So there's many different examples to demonstrate, how people evolve over time. Not saying that I'm appealing to evolution, but I don't appeal to evolution theory like Big Bang, but I do believe that people do evolve over time. Look at sickle cell anemia, right? Sickle cell anemia, and black people, they were getting, I think it was the disease called malaria at a certain time. The Africans back then, that was spreading. And then over time, their cells developed in a sickle shape to fight off that disease. So this was a genetic mutation to keep that community from dying out. So these things happen, and this happened, and this didn't take 3,000 years to happen. No, this took just a few hundred years to happen, man.
my last question, start back into my ancient astronaut theorists. Have you read the Book of Enoch? Because also, why is the Bible selective and missing 19 books? I believe it is 19, like the Book of Mary. I know the back in the day, the church had strict rules about women. I know that's why the Book of Mary wasn't in the Bible, but like the Book of Enoch, Noah's grandfather, pretty sci-fi for the depictions. Why is it something like that wouldn't be in the Bible? It depicts Noah's flood 100 years before it happens, along with
Yeah. I mean,
other.
I'll answer your question. Yeah, I've read. Did I didn't like fully sit through and read the Book of Enoch. No, I'll be honest and say no. I haven't sat through and read the Book of Enoch. Now, did I do research on the Book of Enoch where I read many things about it? Yeah, I've read many things on the Book of Enoch, and from what I've read, man, it's you know, it's not anything too sci-fi. It's no aliens or anything. It's angels.
No, but he depicts being on it's basically a spacecraft. The way he maps out his location, which he believes he's in heaven, but he maps it out is literally sounding like a spacecraft. Doors opening and closing, walking down hallways with research rooms and things.
Yeah. So that's how you are. You know about spaceships, so therefore you're just presupposing that it is a spaceship since you already know about spaceships. But he could have been talking about anything there. Could have been talking about heaven. Could have been talking about being with the angels somewhere in heaven. But that's a story where Enoch actually was one of the ones that didn't die but still made it to heaven. So it didn't talk about aliens, the things that you believe in. It didn't talk about any other planets and living on planets and stuff like that. That's what it did not speak about. So
I think
it's totally fine.
And seeing the world from an aerial view.
Yeah, that sounds about right. If you're in heaven, I would think that I would look at heaven as a different time dimensional space. Is different time and space is different dimension.
Yes, I've always let heaven to be a separate plane of existence. So to be able to see the world like you're in outer space seems kind of, I guess, abstract from the depictions of heaven.
Ain't, because even if you look at dimensions itself, creatures that is in the second dimension, they really don't have any concept of us in the third dimension. Right? They can't really understand it. And the fourth dimension, which is called like it would be called the tesseract, or it's in the shape of a tesseract. That fourth dimension, scientists, they only speculate about stuff like that, but they say that it's the timeless dimension. It's the dimension where there isn't any time, meaning that you can see the third dimension, but no one else in the third dimension has any, they can't see you. They can't even conceive of that there is a fourth dimension. You get what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying in regards to the Book of Enoch and how he was able to look down on Earth, but that's just because he's in another dimension, and science itself proves that, or at least has theories that there are other higher dimensions and timeless dimensions.
So do you believe Enoch was able to slip through dimensions then?
Well, it's like how I perceive of dimensions is how I would perceive of. I would say spirits wouldn't be in this. Spirits wouldn't be in the same dimension that we are, but they have the ability to be in the same dimension as we are, like an angel, right? Like the Holy Ghost, God's spirit, has the ability to be in our dimension as well, to have impact in our dimension, and angels and things like that too. I believe that's the case.
And you can get behind the and on your belief standpoint, because you asked me the same question, I want to reverse it. So
yeah,
you can believe in angels, demons, and different dimensions, but aliens is something that's out of the question for you.
Yeah, because that's not in my world. That's not in my paradigm. That's not in my worldview at all. So the reason why I believe, so you believe in these things too. You believe in so many other things, but you're just choosing not to believe in God. You're agnostic. So you're like, oh, I don't really know. Right.
Well,
but you don't really believe in, well, let me finish, right? Yeah, let me finish. Here's what I'm saying. You believe in morality. Can you smell morality? Can you taste morality? Can you see morality? You believe in logic, right? Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. You're utilizing logic right now. Logic is a tool for you to use currently right now to make sentences, but you can't taste it, touch it, smell it, or see it. There's no sense data that you can use to prove that logic is a real thing, right? Only your utility of it. So you believe in many different things, many metaphysical categories where you have no evidence, you have no proof. There's no evidence of aliens, there's no evidence of these things. So for me saying that, for you to say that, well, you believe in aliens but don't believe in God, that don't make any sense. But for me to say that, well, yeah, I believe in, maybe there is a fourth dimension. I believe that there are things that I can't prove with any evidence. Well, I can prove it, but at least I could demonstrate it. But that's another argument though. For me saying that, yeah, I believe in spirits and the Holy Ghost and angels, that I'm not in contradiction with my worldview. That's totally up my alley because I believe in morals, logic, number theory, and all of these things. But I believe that God grounds all of these metaphysical categories, all of these transcendental categories. That's all grounded in God. But for you can't even ground your theories. You can't ground. What are you grounding logic in? What are you grounding morals in? What are you? Where aliens? Who created the aliens then?
Yeah, and if religion in its whole is a lot of unanswered questions, along with everything's speculation. Because and that was going to be my next question as well. If you think of religion in its entirety between Norse mythology, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, between Islam, Christianity, Islam and Christianity and Judaism all have one God, but every religion before that had multiple gods. What makes your religion correct? What makes there one God when before Christianity, before the Abrahamic faith, the world believed in multiple gods? And if God does exist, why would he allow humankind to not know his existence for thousands of years? And then just one day he's like, hey, I'm here.
No, God has revealed himself many times throughout biblical scriptures. It's stories in there that he revealed himself many times to many different people. So that's just untrue. And also God came in flesh form, which is Jesus Christ, and revealed himself to us all, right? So that's just untrue as well. The difference between my ideology and your ideology is that my ideology can ground and prove, like I have an account for these things that we cannot see. I have an account for it, but you don't have you can't justify any of the things that we can't see. You can't justify morality, logic, number theory. You can't justify that with your worldview. There's no justification you can give. You can say, oh, well, aliens created it. Okay, well, who created the aliens and where is this grounded in and where are the aliens now? If there are, life on other planets, why aren't they here now? You have no epistemic standard to ground your claims, but I do. That's the difference between me and you.
They could be here.
No, I could ask you some simple questions then. So, how do you ground morality? How do you ground morality? How do you ground logic? How do you ground number theory? Like, does 2 + 2 always equal 4?
Yeah.
Okay, it always equals 4. So even if humans wasn't here, would 2 + 2 equal 4?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because 2 + 2, because math is a human concept that we kind of created. Even
so math is a human concept, but that's a contradiction. Then if math was here without humans, then how is math a human construct?
Well, I mean, it would if you're talking pre-human, then math wouldn't exist. If you're talking post-human, just because if a nuke comes and wipes us all out, the remnants of what we left behind wouldn't change. But I mean, if
No,
if a
I'm
new
speaking
race was resurrected,
I'm speaking pre-humans. If there were no humans here, but the world was here, would 2 + 2 still equal 4?
no,
So then obviously the math isn't always 2 + 2 = 4. Math wouldn't
Okay,
be
I get what you're
objective.
saying.
It isn't universal.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay. So if from your worldview, you believe in things that you utilize all the time, and it isn't, from what you just admitted, you don't believe that it's universal, then I could just say that, or another nation can destroy yours and say that, well, 2 + 2 = 5.
I mean, theoretically, they could. I
Well-
mean, look. I mean, if Russia takes over Ukraine, then they're going to be subject to whatever Russia wants.
Okay, so then for you then, based off of number theory, morality, like what's good and what's bad, it's just all about who has the ability to enforce their law, who has the monopoly on force, which
Pretty much.
which makes it moral, or
Doesn't
which
make it
makes it
moral.
right.
Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it moral. Just makes
Well-
it what is.
Okay, well then, do you not believe in morality? What do you mean that it doesn't make it right? It just makes it what is.
I don't like. I don't have to believe Russia taking over Ukraine.
So is murder-
moral or correct? But if it happens, then I can't stop it. Like nobody's going to jump over there and be like, "No, don't do this." It just is. It's what happens. I mean,
So-
if
so
somebody was
is-
to come into your studio and put a gun to your head, it doesn't make it right. But it's out of your control at that point.
Well, no. So now you're contradicting yourself each statement. So one, you said that, well, it doesn't make it moral, it makes it what is. Then you use a hypothetical and say, well, if someone comes in your studio and blasts you up, it doesn't make it right, which means that you're saying that it makes it immoral.
Wrong. Yes.
It's wrong. So therefore you are putting a moral claim on it. So
Yes, I do
in one
believe in
instance,
morality.
okay, well, look, in one instance, you took the morality out and said it is what it is. In another instance, you put the morality in and said this would
I
make it
didn't
bad.
I didn't take the morality out. I didn't say what if Russia. I said from the beginning, if Russia took over Ukraine, I never said it was right. But if you go to force doctrine, if they have the force, then ultimately force wins. It's the same argument between men and women, for instance.
Okay. Now, does
whoever
might
holds
make
the
right?
force- It doesn't always make right. But
Okay,
it doesn't make right. It just makes the winning argument, I guess you could
So
say.
from your worldview, since you cannot ground morality or use number theory, morals, epistemology, like, knowledge, all of these things, logic, the theory of thoughts, or thought theory, I think that's what it's called. All of these things from your worldview is all relative. It can change at any time because, just like you said, 2 + 2 does not always equal 4. From your worldview, you admit it, and you said 2 + 2 in certain cases may not always equal 4. That's what you admitted. So if 2 + 2 always doesn't equal 4, that means good doesn't always equal good. Good can equal bad. Good. The things that are good today may not be the things that are good tomorrow. This means that it's like all subjective, it's all relative. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, good and bad is
because you cannot ground your morality. I'm asking you to, if you can't ground your morality, then might does equal right, because there isn't any other way for you to have any type of validity other than might equals right. I can have validity, right, by saying might doesn't equal right because I don't appeal to the earthly things. I don't appeal to my head. I appeal to the things outside of the earth, the things outside of my head, right? I believe that morality is objective, mind independent, and is grounded and God. God is good. God sets the standard for what is good. Anything that is in opposition to God is bad. That's what that is.
I mean, but this is an argument that only works against somebody that doesn't believe, that doesn't have a religious background.
But no, what you just said, I don't care if you said a whole lot of things there. I don't care if you can say that, well, Christianity gives good moral claims and things like that. So I see the benefit in that. You also said that Andrew Wilson makes a good argument for Christian orthodoxy. You made these things, and I would agree with that, right? But within your own worldview, your worldview is you're agnostic and you also believe in aliens, right? Mm-hmm. So within your worldview, I'm asking you, how do you ground these transcendental categories that you have no evidence for? If it's changing, it isn't grounded. 2 + 2 in your worldview may not always equal 4. We just went through it. The good may not always equal the good. It can equal bad based off of, like you gave your examples to. Well, if Russia takes over, then, whatever they claim, 2 + 2 can equal 5. What was good, grape was bad then, but grape is good now. So in your worldview, might does equal right. Might does equal right.
I don't think, that I think that you're twisting things a little bit.
Okay,
Again,
explain how I'm twisting it. Go ahead.
No, I do agree to an extent, but just because I don't have a religious background, just because I don't believe in God, my morality is not based on God.
You don't have to. You don't have to at all. I want you to give an account for these transcendental categories: logic, reason, number theory, all of these things that we're both utilizing right now to make sentences. We're both utilizing logic.
I mean, they're all man-made constructions.
If it is the case that it is all man-made constructions, then how can you trust your own reasoning process?
Because you have to trust yourself.
Okay, so then if you have to trust yourself, then you are the arbiter of what is right.
To an extent.
Okay, then if you are the arbiter of what is right, I'm the arbiter of what is right because I have to trust myself. So it's all subjective. It's all relative.
I mean, to an extent, yes. Because, I mean, if you think of, look at the government. I mean, let's take the abortion for example. There's a majority of the country that believes in it. There's a majority of the country that's against it. Ultimately, whether you're for or against, your choice is only in a voting power. You ultimately don't have the final decision. The government, the country as the entirety has that decision.
So this is just an appeal to authority. Are you appealing to authority of what is morally good and what is morally bad?
Not morally, but to an extent, we have to. We all have to abide by the laws. I mean, there are. Well, then yeah. Listen.
Listen. No, you don't have to because you don't have to have an abortion if you're a woman.
No, you don't.
So how are you appealing to authority? If authority says it's legal for you to have an abortion, but you go ahead and you have the baby, you didn't appeal to authority. You went ahead and had your child.
Yeah, well, I'm pro-life. I don't believe in abortion at all.
I know, but you are using that as an example to say that, well, since the government made abortion legal, therefore it must be good because women can do it.
No, I don't think it could be good because that would go against what I believe. But I'm saying ultimately we can decide on something being good or bad, but we can't decide on whether or not we can do it to an extent. Like, for instance, murder. There are people out there that believe murder is good, but there are laws that are against it.
Okay. So just because actions are being taken, I know that doesn't mean that is good. Just because like the law says, you can have an abortion. You are pro-life, you said. I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion, right? we don't believe in abortion, but people still go ahead and have an abortion. And me and you, we think that is bad.
Yeah, it's murder.
What makes it bad?
Because you're ending a life.
But from your worldview, what makes ending a life bad?
Because I believe that, this is going to sound corny, but I believe the right to life. I do believe that we all have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay, so you, from your worldview, you believe that we all have the right to life and a right to pursuit of happiness. But what makes that, like, that's just from, that's a subjective standpoint. From your worldview, though, demonstrate what actually makes it bad, like objectively bad. Because think about it. Other people can just say, well, listen, I want to have an abortion. I want to chase my own pursuit of happiness, and me not having an abortion is actually restricting me from my pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, but you don't have the right to restrict somebody else's.
But who says that you don't have that right? Where is this coming from? From your worldview?
From my personal beliefs. I mean, from...
So then, once again, it goes back to everything is subjective. You're the arbiter of what's good and what's bad. You are your own God. So if you are your own God, everything boils down to your preferences. Since that's the case and it boils down to your preferences, it boils down to my preferences, it boils down to our neighbor's preferences, to everyone's preferences, then the only thing that we can appeal to is might. Meaning that who has the might to enforce their own preferences, so therefore might would have to make right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying on that one. I can't disagree.
That's it right there, man. That's it. This is why when you adopt your worldview and you are under the belief that, well, I don't know if there's a God. I believe in aliens. I believe in all of this stuff. Morality is subjective, relative. What I believe is moral, other people, whatever. You know, all of this type of stuff. Everything is relative. 2 + 2 can equal 5, depending on who's in power or whatever it may be. Then, yeah, man, might equals right. Under my worldview is just totally different. Me, Andrew Wilson, people that believe in Christian ethics, like people that you seem like you're a fan of. Andrew, you said that he influenced you a lot.
He uses this argument a lot. I hate you for it because I knew I got nothing against this argument.
Yeah,
I've watched him destroy so many people with this.
It's nothing really against the argument, man. So with that being said, man, yeah, man, this is why your ideology leads to nihilism and it leads to self-destruction. And
I don't feel that way though. I mean, again, like I said, I do believe Christians promote the best moral values, but I don't think everything's that simple. I don't believe just because you disbelieve in God, you're going to go down the dark road into the... And again, the society that we live in now, there are standards that do come from the government through law and through other things. What you believe isn't always going to be what you're able to do.
So, yeah, man, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, you are just making an assertion and saying that you don't believe that your ideology leads people down a rabbit hole of self-deletion and hedonism and all of these other things. Well, in fact, it does. You may not be living like that. That's because for some odd reason, you were susceptible and you were influenced by myself and people like Andrew Wilson. So you're a little bit more open-minded. Other people hate me and hate Andrew Wilson, right? So they think that we are evil, right? With that being said, their ideology probably will lead them down to a road like that. But listen, we just proved it here that your ideology does lead it down to it because you just admitted that might does equal right, and it would have to equal right from your worldview. And many people that believe in relative and everything is subjective and they're atheist or agnostic, that's where it leads them, man. That's where it leads them. They have, and that's the thing. Like, I'll be honest. I just started like studying a lot as far as precept debating and things like that, getting down to what people presuppose, because a lot of people believe in things, but they have no justifications, or they can't give an account for the things that they believe in, like all of these metaphysical categories that we utilize every day. But these atheists can't give an account for it. They have no justification for anything like this. Christian ethics, Jesus Christ is the only justification for it. The only, like, even with, there's many passages within the Bible where it tells you like the word was God and the word was with God, and that word was Jesus Christ. So it's as many, I can go into it and break it down for you, but there's many different scriptures in here how I can prove tag, which is the transcendental argument, and I can justify how morality, logic, and all of these metaphysical categories are grounded in God. But atheists, agnostic, alien believers, all of these other type of believers, they can't ground these things. But they utilize it every day, but can't ground it.
Makes sense, and I don't have it's something I don't have an answer for. Because
that's one of the things where it's when I first started looking into it and doing more research on it, it's an irrefutable argument, man. There's no way to refute the argument. And you seem like a logical man. Just do research on it, bro. Like, you utilize, is there any way that you can even think of that 2 + 2 cannot equal 4? Like, no, you can't even think of it, right? You can't even fathom. No, 2 + 2 will always equal 4. Even if you go with one atom, one molecule, and then another, you got one atom, you break it all the way down to the atom or the molecule structure. If you got another one, 1 + 1, oh, that's 2, 2 + 2, 4. No matter how you break it down, it will always equal that. You get what I'm saying? It would always equal it. Now, since that's the truth, and you know it's the truth, right? Since that's the truth, it's like, well, did we discover this? Was it already here? Do we use our own minds to get to this? Those are the type of precept questions that you have to start asking yourself so you can get to the truth. And then when you read the scriptures, it gives an account for it. Like, it gives an account for all of these things that we're speaking about that we have no evidence for.
But that's, I guess, one of my biggest gripes, because as much as people complain about there being no evidence of aliens, but actually, I mean, humans, we have found life on other planets. We've found, is one of the reasons why...
No, we didn't find life on another planet.
Not life like us, but we've found cells, living organisms. It's one of the reasons why Elon Musk's on his trip about terraforming Mars and shit. They found, like, fucking organisms in the center of Mars and...
Yeah, that's much different than life. Like, I don't know about an organism, but you can find some cells and things like that because you got dirt. You got a whole planet with lava underneath it, and some of them has ice caps and water underneath it. And
but cells is the starting point of life. It's where we...
Well, no. If you are an evolutionary theorist, then cells is the starting point of life.
I mean, if you take an embryo inside a womb, it starts off as a clump of cells. Cells are the starting point of life.
Well, no, we don't. From a Christian perspective, we think that life comes through God, and it even says it in the Bible. Everything that is living all came through God. Everything. So anything that you seeing created that gives it like how life actually forms, it all came through God. It did not come, just evolved on its own and life created by itself. It doesn't. That's what, the Big Bang Theory and evolution, every theory believes.
I'm talking about like a fetus inside of a womb. If you impregnate a woman, that child starts off as a clump of cells and grows over time. Cells are the starting point.
God gives it life. Even when you look at it, so scientists did some studies, and it showed that when life starts, light starts. So they had a microscope and looked well in the womb of when the well, actually, they didn't do it within the womb. I'm sorry, they did it in like test tubes, but they had the egg and the sperm, and when the sperm met the egg and it formed, light start, and at the same time that this light started, it was a flash of electricity, life also started. Well, what's giving it that? What's giving it that life? Well, from our perspective, God is giving it that life. That's our perspective. Your perspective would be, well, like think about it. There's many times that an egg can meet, the sperm can meet the egg and it doesn't create any life. If you truly think about it, life is actually special because one load in a woman is like 80 billion sperm. I mean, if you got enough testosterone, you got about 80 billion or 80 million of them little things swimming around in there, but only one makes it. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, that's miraculous within itself. Or if it's twins, and even if it's twins, that's not identical. All right, maybe 2 made it. Or triplets, maybe 3 made it, but still out of that 80 billion or 80 million sperm count. So that's still a miracle within itself. So listen, even when we're speaking about Earth and how special Earth is and how we have life on Earth, well, yeah, there's galaxies out there. There's many different planets, but only something is special about this Earth. And this Earth is the only one. This planet is the only one that has life on it, just like the semen and the egg. Make sense?
But it's not the only planet that has the potential to sustain life, though. We have found 3 other planets that are atmospheric, very similar to Earth.
Totally fine.
Like Titan
but
395 or something.
Totally fine, but they don't have life.
Well, we don't have the capacity to go see.
Yeah, they don't have any life, bro. I don't believe that there's life on any other planets. But we got some people in here that maybe want to ask you some questions. You mind staying up?
Yeah,
you gotta go.
Do 10. I got 10 more minutes before I go,
All right,
back
cool.
inside.
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Ooh, this Delbridge, right?
Yes.
What's going on? You got a question for Adam?
Yes. Hey, Adam, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Well, congratulations too on your child, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's great. I have a question for you, right? Are you familiar with astro theology?
Ooh, not terribly.
Well, I ask because I used to be into you talked about aliens, extraterrestrials. I used to be into extraterrestrials and aliens too. That was about a decade ago. But I looked into similar things that you looked into as well. So I'm wondering if you also looked into astrotheology. But astrotheology is a position that claims Christianity, Islam, Judaism, all these religions are tied into the celestial bodies, basically constellations, things like that, and they're just religions, or what we call, Jesus and God and things like that are just personifications of the celestial bodies and the constellations and things like that, astrological signs, stuff like that. I used to believe in that, but I don't anymore. So that's one of my questions for you. The second question is,
well, let him answer that question first, and
okay.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I don't believe we're like celestial bodies or anything. I mean, I believe humans are humans. I believe we're flesh blood. We are created by us. Is one of my struggles that I've had with religion is I feel like mainly because of my history in Europe. I mean, being English, the Roman Empire is the foundation of Roman Catholicism, which I believe is evil to its core, one of the most corrupt religions, kind of stemming from the Vatican and what the agenda that it pushed. I mean, it conquered majority of my nation along with the majority of Roman. I believe Roman Catholicism in itself was used to push an agenda across the Roman Empire.
Yes.
So I have a lot of struggles with that religion in itself.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Um, all right, and my second question is: so you just think of morals as a subjective reality? You don't think there's any objective, universal positions for morality, or
I do, because if you think across every religion, even throughout culture and history, there are certain human cues like rape, murder, and things. I mean, if you go back to like feudalism, Japan, rape was not consensus.
yes, yes,
So humans generally derive to similar moralities, same as they derive to similar religions. Same as I was talking to Cooley about the between Greek mythology, Roman mythology, having, I mean, both of them believed in Hercules, Zeus. Both of them had very similar gods due to the ties that the countries had. And um, yeah, sorry, lost my train of thought there.
no, that's fine. Yes, I do agree with you about that. Yeah, that's true. There's been a lot of wars, things like that, throughout history in different religions. Different philosophical views have risen. Some have been rejected because of cultures and time periods. I understand what you're saying. So, I mean, would you consider Christianity, or would you consider being?
I would. I do believe it promotes good morals. I struggle with the transition from the concept of God being I struggle with the position of there being one almighty creator, especially because I love mythology. I have
Listen,
done
Adam,
extensive research
I'm a
into it.
Christian and I love sci-fi movies, bro. I watch Dragon Ball Z all the time. I think that, listen, man, it will be cool if Frieza did come from another planet and, all of this other type of stuff. Like, I like sci-fi too. Just because you're a Christian, that doesn't mean that you can't like enjoy sci-fi movies and be, involved
I've
in that
always
type of
believed in
stuff.
it. I've always believed in aliens, though, even since a kid growing up
And you know what?
on the phone.
It's so well. Yeah,
One
you
sec.
saying that you believe in aliens? I think that's a difference there.
Sorry.
But all right, Delbridge. Any other questions?
Um, yeah, no, that's all the questions that I have.
All you got? All right. Let me bring up Wit Kid Dreams. Thanks, Delbridge.
Sorry about that.
All good. And I know you got to go, but let me get one other person in here. I'll make it quick for you. Roy Hedges, turn on your camera. I'll bring you on up. I see you've been backstage for a while, but your camera isn't on. So make sure you turn on your camera. I'll bring you up, and I'll bring you up right after Wit Kid. What's going on,
What's
man?
going on? Chilling. Just a quick question. To go back to what you said a minute ago with that guy, when you said about a bunch of religions come to a consensus about what is good and what is not. Is that what you were referencing?
Yes.
So if a group of people started their own religion and said that it was okay to kill, what would be the difference?
The difference?
Yeah. It's just a group of people in a religion, so that's where you're basing it out of is this people said that and this people said that and they kind of agree on it. So what that basically is just an agreement upon a bunch of people. So
Yeah,
if I
mean
can
that.
find a bunch of people that can agree on the opposite of what you think, who is right?
I mean that would tie into that would tie into my conclusion that I believe religion's more man-made than God-made.
Right, but
Anyone can
that's
start up
again,
a
but
religion or a
that's
cult.
preference. But that's that
Yeah.
you're talking about preference. So what's to say that your preference is better than my preference or my preference is better than your preference if you don't have a moral justification of grounding?
I mean, if you created a religion, then your moral grounding would be based on your religion that you have and that you
Right.
started.
Right. So
So
what's to say that what you think is if I'm just a preference person, just like you're a preference person,
but
what makes
it's
your
not
preference better than my preference?
it's not a preference at that point if it's a religion though, because that'd be the same as the difference between Islam and Christianity. They're two different religions that have two different belief systems. I mean, they have two complete differences in
Right.
Jesus. So who's right?
Again, but we're going off of Chris. If I go off my morals based off Christianity, right, and I do what God says, and by His justifications, right, and that's what I base my life off of. But you have something else that's based off of just a preference. That's not a higher being. What makes you right? Saying that I'm wrong.
I don't have one for you. It's the same
Same
Cooley
thing.
said to me.
It's gonna be might makes right.
Exactly.
Yeah, on that point, it would whoever could win the fight.
Right. So that's just whoever wins it's okay that way.
I mean, it's not necessarily. I don't. Based on my values, it would
he
be
kind of
okay. It would
he already bit the bullet on it.
Yeah, it'd be what
just
is.
trying to make sure. Well, exactly. But that's my point. He bit the bullet on it before, but then when he just spoke to this guy, he says, "Well, you know, it's a group of preferences." So it's kind of contradicting to what you said before.
Well, the thing is, no, he acknowledged that it's a contradiction. He acknowledged that, well, he was wrong. That might would make right, but that doesn't mean that he's ready to change his belief right now.
That's the part that I guess I'm confused on. So it's like you can admit to something, but then you're like, I don't want to believe it. Well, then how could you admit to something that you don't want to believe? It's just a little confusing to try to understand what you mean.
Because I believe everyone has the right to their own faith and their own beliefs. I don't have to always agree with everything that you agree with, but that doesn't necessarily make you wrong or me right or me wrong and you right.
Not saying that, but I'm talking about a specific point. If we came to an agreement on a specific point, which was what kind of happened a minute ago, but then you go back on that point, that's the part that I'm a little confused on, because you're like, okay, I agree with you on this, but then you kind of go back on it.
I'm a little confused. Sorry.
So I think here's a way, when I went through it with him, I put forth many different arguments, and he bit the bullet on the whole might makes right. Before he said might doesn't make right in his worldview, then I demonstrated it, and he admitted and bit the bullet and said might does make right. But it's still not that convincing for him to change his worldview. I think that's what you're saying right now, Adam. Right?
Well, because my thing is, like, I don't believe like might makes right in the sense that you're thinking. Like, I don't believe in the right and wrong in my mind. I don't. So might doesn't always make right. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you in what you were saying, Cooley, in the scenario and everything. And I do believe it's not a case of right or wrong in that case, but it's you have a good idea and a bad idea on two opposing sides, and they fight. Whoever wins ultimately has the say. If Hitler would have won World War II, we'd all be speaking Germany, and he'd be praised as a god. It doesn't make him right in what he did, but he won the war, so ultimately his worldview is going to be the worldview. I don't believe it's right, but I can't do nothing to stop it.
So then the question is, since you don't believe that it is right, do you think that people should appeal to things outside of themselves instead of appealing to the things inside of themselves like you are? Because that's what it's going to boil down to. Let's think about it. If everyone appealed to your belief system, well, I am the arbiter of what is right and what is wrong. I am the arbiter of what is right and what is wrong. Everyone is appealing to the things within themselves. If that's the case, we know that there would be a lot of bad moral outcomes for that, because then, if a group of people get together, they can say, like what Witkid was saying, grape is right, slavery is right and good. All of these things that you deem to be bad, they can say that is good. And you have no justification because you're only appealing to the thing inside of yourself, right? But if you appeal to the thing outside of yourself, then you do have a justification to say that what they are doing is wrong. Rape is wrong. Incest is wrong. Slavery is wrong. Murder is wrong. You actually can justify it because you're appealing to something outside of yourself. But since you're appealing to the thing within yourself and everyone else is, then the only thing that would give someone else's claim more validity than yours would be their ability to enforce their will on others.
I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah, essentially, it would just be feelings at the end of the day. And if you don't appeal to somebody outside of yourself, you're basing yourself on your feelings, and your feelings aren't always correct. Your feelings can be wrong. I mean, there's plenty of times where you could be mad about something, make a decision, and then realize later in clarity that was a bad decision because you're appealing to yourself. If you appeal to a higher authority, that gives you a justification to actually not believe what you might actually feel and actually give yourself a chance to think about what you're feeling instead of acting on how you feel.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And it will be better if most people appeal to the things outside of themselves instead of appealing to the things inside themselves, which is why for Christian ethics, we're the only ones that can give an account and justify one standard of logic, and it's all grounded in God, logic, knowledge, morality, all of these things that we utilize every day, but we ground it in God. And the book, right, the teaching, the history of Christianity as well grounds this. It gives us an account for it. There's not any other, ideology out there that can ground these. They'll make an attempt to try to ground it, but it will always resort back down to some type of relativism.
And it's also something that hasn't changed since the beginning. It hasn't changed. It has a standard, and that standard does not change.
It's an unchanging standard.
It's an unchanging standard. No matter how you feel about it or not, the standard is the standard. And that's why you can't base off your feelings.
I agree.
Yeah. So, man, good conversation, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation, man. I just had that.
Thanks for coming up, Wicked.
Clarification for him. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No, appreciate
Have a blessed one, man. Adam, anything before you go? I appreciate you for staying up to debate, man.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, it's a pleasure. I've watched many of your streams. I'm still in awe that I got to actually talk to you, Cooley. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thanks for coming up and engaging in this spirited debate, man. Have a blessed one.
You have a blessed one too.
All right, we got Roy. Let's bring this other guy up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about? Roy, you're muted on your end. Turn your microphone on. I see the super chats. I'll get to the super chats in a second. I got ya. Yeah, just turn your microphone on. Here's what I'll do for you. I see that you came up 2 times. I see here. Let me try this one. Speak now. Take yourself off unmute.
How about now? Can you hear me?
I could hear you. That's good.
Thank you. Good evening. Hey, I'm really not trying to debate with you so much. I agreed with pretty much what you were saying. Appreciate Adam. I think he's trying to hopefully searching. But the logic, to me, was more about logical with him. It's like with the test tube baby. I hope most people are aware of that was a proven to be false. We've never created life in a test tube. And I sourced Dr. James Tour. If anybody's interested in that, follow him. He's a professor out of I think TCU, one of the Bell universities, I believe it is. And that, because everybody does have an agenda. As a Christian, I have an agenda to try to talk to people about.
Hey, Roy, your volume is low. I could hear you, but it seems like something is covering the audio a little bit. Maybe like lift up your phone or your laptop or something.
Is that better now?
It's still low. I could hear you a little bit, but so you're making a claim. Well, really, you said that you're not here to debate me. You said that you just you're kind of going on what Adam was speaking about. I'll have you back up. How about you exit stream and then come back in? Maybe that will fix the audio.
Sure, fair enough.
Yeah, just try exiting and I'll bring you right back up. Okay, chat. Let me get to the super chats. We got a lot of them that came through. Shouts out to man sent in $100. Appreciate that, man. Sent in $100. He says, and this is HFIPALLC1. He says, shout outs to the show. Having open debates on any topic is solid. Much respect. Hey, man, I appreciate the love and appreciate the support. Sending in that big baller money, man. Listen, if you like the content, subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you already aren't, click the bell icon so you're notified of when I go live, and become a member as well, man, and support me. I really appreciate that support. We got Uncle Tyga sends in $20. He says, Merry Christmas to you, Cooley, and all the free peoples of No Fugazi land. Hey, man, shouts out to Tyga in the building. Fugazi, appreciate you, man. Fugazi. We got Yo Boy Leem sends in $5. He says, so now let me ask you a question. Who created this so-called Big Bang Theory? Okay, so that was a question for Adam. Yeah, that whole Big Bang Theory is all made up. Like, even when you think about it, like, listen, bro, I'm a skeptic when it comes to all of this Big Bang stuff. They try to say, well, there's galaxies that's, light years away, right? Light years away. And they'll say it's, 3,100 light years away. 300,000 light years away. I'm like, well, how do you know? Like, I'll demonstrate it to you. Because they like to say, well, this galaxy was there before us. So this galaxy is 2 billion years old. That's what science likes to say, Big Bang Theory. And this is the same science that would say that, well, a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man, right? Let me demonstrate it to y'all. Do it this, right? So we got get my little earbuds. I'm going to demonstrate to you how time, like how they try to say like a light years and like light travels. Well, this galaxy must be these many years old because it takes this amount of time for the light to travel to us. This is what they say, right? So let's do it. I'm a demo because I've been thinking about it, right? Just my thoughts. So let's say it's the case that there's a planet that's 80 million miles away or 80 billion miles away. And since it's 80 billion miles away, they're saying that it took the light, because those are light years. The only reason why they're saying that is 80 billion years old is because it's 80 billion miles away and it takes light that much time to travel to us. So since it takes light 80 billion years to travel to us, then that's the age of that planet or that universe, right? So we got, let me use this side. We got this purple side. We got one dot here. Now, what they're presupposing is that the universe in these universes and these planets was created at different times. Well, that's what they're assuming, right? That's their assumption. And from their assumption, they're making the argument that these planets are 3 billion years old because that's what they assume. So it makes sense if, like, say this is Earth, right? And this is another planet. This planet was created, 3,000 billion years ago. And Earth was created, just, what they say, 200,000 years ago or a million years ago, whatever scientists like to say, the age of Earth is, right? The only reason why they're saying this is because they're calculating the red light, infrared light. They're calculating that light. And they're saying that, well, the red light rays we calculate, and that shows the distance and the time and things like that. And if it takes this star here and their light to come to us, if it takes, that amount of time to get to us, then that means that that star is that old. The only reason why they're coming to that conclusion because they think that everything was created at different moments. Right? You'll think that if it was created at different moments, then obviously the logical conclusion would be that, that world or that planet or that galaxy is that old, that much older than us, based off their presupposition. But my presupposition is everything was created at the same time. Right? God created everything at the same time. This doesn't mean that that planet that is, 80 miles away, 80 trillion miles away is, older than us. That just means that it's 80 trillion miles away because everything was created all at once, but at different moments. I mean, at different, not time, but at different, in different areas, all at once. That's what that means. So if you presuppose that things was created at different times, then your conclusion is going to be that planets and galaxies are billions of years old. But if you presuppose that everything was created all at once, then your conclusion won't be that these other planet and galaxies are 80 billion years old. Makes sense? And this is what science can't demonstrate because science always has a presupposition that they're going off. They have a story that they are presupposing into the science. This is why you can't trust it. Can't trust it. These atheists, they come across, my channel and all of these other channels talking about Big Bang Theory and all of this other stuff. Bro, it's just, you believe that because that's what you presuppose to believe. Right? But think about it. Once you change your presupposition, every biblical Christianity teaches you, well, God created the heavens and the earth, right? Okay. Well, listen, God could have created everything all at one time and there's no different age between the stuff, right? So that's the thing that they can't prove. They have no evidence. There's no true raw evidence to say that this galaxy is 80 billion years old. That's just a lie. There's no evidence. They're just making that up. That's the point. But rant over. I just wanted to give you my thoughts on that because I was thinking about it like the other day. I'm like, man, this whole time thing that they speak about is just all off. Something has to be wrong. And I always say, if you learned anything here, manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the cause. And this is why I was interested also in presuppositional arguments, getting down to what people like their beliefs. All people have all of these beliefs, but then most of their beliefs presuppose other beliefs, right? So if you just break it all down and try to get to the root of it, it's like, you came to that conclusion because what you presuppose, that would be the logical conclusion for that. But what I presuppose is much different. All right, let's bring up that one guy again. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me hear you speak, see if your audio is good.
Am I there? Is it me? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, that's much better, man. What's up? Talk to me.
Thank you. Hey,
yep.
I don't know what you got on the first part, but Adam, I respect, at least he's willing to be kind and listen. I hope and pray for the best for him when it comes to logic. And I highly recommend everybody to understand that a lot of what they were saying about test tube babies that never happened in a laboratory. I source Dr. James Tour. He's a professor. He's the one you can look up to. He talks about this. We're still searching for life to be created. It never has been, and by all accounts, probably never will be. It's only God that can create life. Number one. Number two, I think you're hitting the hammer on
on the nail, on top of the nail here. I grew up believing in science like this, where, back in the 70s, they told me that there was an ice age coming and New York City would be over 50 feet of ice. That was in 1977, okay? And they literally scared you to some degree. And if you didn't believe that, you were considered at that time a climate denier. Fast forward, I was at the time in the military in 1990 when Bush came out and said that, there's a hole over the ozone and we're all going to be blue, basically the men in blue from so much SP, 500 we'd have to put on us. Fast forward, then you get climate change. I did a study on the ozone in 1990 at the University of Hawaii. My professor was the one that opened my eyes finally to realizing what's going on here. I came back. I had to write a 5-page report. I could only make it out to be 3 pages. Why? Because there was not enough information. They were just studying this. And my professor said this: if they would have came back and said that they had all these, there was no problems, we can't find anything, they would have never received grant money for this. And I thought, man, when you look back at this, it's the old saying, if there's a dollar to be made, follow the money. And a lot of scientists today regurgitate what they've been taught. And there's a lot of good scientists. I love science. But I beg all your listeners to understand this. Peel back that onion. Don't take it at face value, because I'm telling you, I'm an old man now. I've seen these scare tactics. What was the last one here? Just 10 years ago, AOC saying the world's coming to an end. It's this kind of stuff that I don't like. Second of all, I would hope Adam would understand with the logical part of this with God. I had to learn this growing up, or trying to understand this. Either God was able to do what he said he did, or Jesus Christ is the greatest con artist to ever live. People need to understand that. Either this man said what he said and is true, or, he fooled billions of people. And all those men that went and followed him, those 12 apostles, died like fools. And I just don't believe that when you got fishermen, hard men like Peter and some of the apostles were very hard men, we're gonna fall for that,
Yeah. Listen, man, Roy, I appreciate the perspective, man. I do want to, continue on with the show though, because it is debate night. But I do appreciate your perspective. I'm not just kicking you off because I don't appreciate it, but I want to bring people up that want to debate, since it's the open panel debate night. You feel what I'm saying?
You're absolutely. I was actually trying to just give you fuel for the fire, especially when Satan shows up in the garden. He doesn't deny God. He challenges God's word. Did God really say that? And that's all I'll say. Just think about those. Everybody tries to say God can't. My last thing is this: please check that out. Don't deny God and don't doubt him. Just find a way.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. All right, man. I appreciate the support, and have a blessed one, brother. All right, so we got some people in the chat. I guess they didn't like that scientific. I did do a good scientific demonstration there on that purple piece of paper. But we got On Site. He's up here in the chat. Come on up and just don't comment, man. Actually, come on up and prove how I was incorrect. If you can demonstrate how light can actually measure how old something is, I welcome you to. Because that was my demonstration to disprove science argument that light proves how old things are, because they are only saying that these planets are these many, thousands of years old or millions of years old is because of the light that shines from it. That's all they're doing, right? I demonstrated how it's based off of what they presuppose. They presuppose already within their scientific experiment that these planets was created at different times because they believe in Big Bang theory, right? Oh, the Big Bang happened and this galaxy created and that one and all of these things created at different times, right? So there's many different planets that's trillions of years old and many different galaxies that's trillions of years old. Now, they may be, trillions of miles away. This doesn't mean that they're trillions years old because it takes that amount of time for the light to hit us, right? It can take that amount of time for the light to hit us from this planet that's 15 trillion miles away. That's totally fine, right? But who's to say that that planet wasn't just those many miles away at the same time as our planet was? They can't demonstrate that, right? They have no evidence to disprove what I'm saying. Zero evidence, right? So what I'm saying here is I'm just a skeptic when it comes to scientists talking about, oh, well, since we can measure light coming from a distance, this means that that Earth or that planet over there was trillions of years old. That don't mean that, bro. That planet could have been put here the same time that Earth was put here, but it was just put here in a different distance. Same time, different distance. I'll make an example. All right? Here's the example. We both arrive to our mother's house at the same time. But we got two different mothers and our mothers are in different locations. But we both got there at 2:30 p.m. So is that, a different time? I mean, is that a different age? No, it's not a different age. Same. We got there the same time. And things like that. But that doesn't prove how old something is. That doesn't prove the age of something. And what science presupposes is that, it was just put there at different times. They're just baking it in there, bro, with no evidence. If any atheist wants to come up here and debate me on it, please, because I got good questions too. I'm ready for this one. You're going to look a fool. You will look a fool. Because there's no way you can demonstrate it. Zero way. Okay, we got Brittany Hart sends him $5. Oh, all right. This is a woman. It's a new face. She says, why is submission often debated more than sacrificial love? That's a good point. That is a good point. I would say I'll answer your question. I mean, submission is always debated because, man, these chicks do not bro, they are rebellious. They do not want to appeal to any authority other than someone that they don't know that they can, they'll appeal to any authority that's paying them. Oh, this nigga broke. I ain't listening to him. That's women, bro. And the crazy thing is, the other reason why submission is a hot topic nowadays is because women are more promiscuous than ever before. So think about it. Is there another greater form of submission than a woman having sex? There's no other greater form than that. Yeah, listening to your man, obeying your man, and all these type of things, that's all good. But the greatest form of submission for the woman, giving her body and her will to another man, that is sex, right? And think about it. Through sex, women fully submit. You'll say, yeah, girl, turn this way. They'll turn without no question. You'll say, yeah, shut up. They'll shut up. You'll say, yeah, say my name. They'll say your name. They fully submit under the act of sex. But outside of sex, they want to rebel and not listen to the man. That's because these women don't value sex like that. They don't put, sex isn't a true virtue for them. right? Like it isn't, they don't hold it up with any high order or anything. It's very low on the scale of the things that they value. This is why they're promiscuous and they'll just have sex with many men. So this is why they don't listen to men, right? And one of the reasons why a promiscuous woman, she's less likely to follow your lead. Bro, she's been promiscuous. She really don't have the ability to pair bond, right? Like she don't hold her self-dignity and hold herself with a whole lot of self-respect because she's just giving away her body willingly to any guy that, meets that prerequisite, right? So I think that's why submission is a hot topic rather than the other one. But got some other super chats that came in. Appreciate everyone that's supporting, man. Anyone that wants to debate, I'm only 3 hours in. I'm definitely willing to go longer. So if you want to come up and debate tonight, come on up. We got that horror, I guess that's chick, says, Cooley, check out Christopher Hitchens versus John Lennox debate sometime. It appeals to this. Think you enjoy. God bless. Hey, thanks, man. Christopher Hitchens versus John Lennox. Let me write that down real quick. Well, I'll see it because you sent in a super chat, so it'll come up. But yeah, I'll check that debate out. We got Yo Boy Lee, sends him $5. He says, here we go with the explanation. You want to know some real science question? Your Samuel L. Jackson eyes can zoom trillion miles away. Homie cooked me. That was actually a good joke. So I got to give you a no Fugazi for that one.
No Fugazi.
Because honestly, Yo Boy Lean, your jokes be trash. You came up many times and I cooked you already. But that one, I'm a fair man. I got to keep it no Fugazi, right? Like, who am I if a joke is good, not to laugh? If a joke is good, not to be like, okay, you got me. I would be Fugazi, right? So I got to keep it no Fugazi. That was actually a good joke. So you get the no Fugazi. Kudos. That was the only time that you had a good joke. But think about it, Yo Boy Lean. You've been sending in super chats and coming on stream for at least 2 years and getting cooked. So you get a couple claps. You get a couple claps, right? Appreciate the support though, bro. All right, chat. Where we at, man? Yo, join the stream. I know we got some haters in here. Join the stream. Oh, real quick. Let me so a free mic giveaway. Once again, anyone that joins the sponsorship, let me go ahead and pull it up for you guys again. Let me go ahead and walk you through it. How to get this free microphone right here. It's a Shure MV7X podcast microphone. It's about a $200 microphone. This is the Shure SM7B. This microphone is more compressed. This is like that Joe Rogan microphone you see everyone use, but this is made by the same company. The difference is though that this microphone is compressed so much, meaning that it isn't loud. You have to buy a cloud lifter to lift the audio, which this is about $250. Without this or a great soundboard, this mic is useless. But this mic, you don't need the cloud lifter. I use these mics all the time. This is brand new, haven't been opened, but I have 15 other mics just like this that I use on my full panel dating show. So if you want this mic for free, you can get it. And I'll show you how. I'll explain right now. So right here, you'll see is this video in the description. In the description, this link right here is my sponsorship. It says, stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Go to my sponsor at aura.com/nofugazi, 14 days free. They help out with identity theft protection. They keep everything fully secured. I use it. They hold me down, and I think that you guys should use it because it's free. It's 14 days free. Listen, you can go ahead and use it and see if you had any data breaches, meaning that see if anyone is using your social security number, see if anyone has access to your debit card information and stuff like that. They'll tell you, right? And I utilized it, and it was many hits on mine, and they helped me out, man. Trust me, they help me out. And you guys know, the people that have been here for a while, you've seen all the matrix attacks that I've been through of people stealing my data, making these fake accounts and doing so many things and trying to ruin my reputation by discrediting my image, talking about I got multiple wives and I got all of these kids and all of these other things because they're making this fake accounts of mine by utilizing my information to the point where they're monetized. They're monetized because they have they were utilizing my personal information, like my ID and stuff like that. So all of this information, because think about it, you can't get monetized on these other platforms unless you have ID. And they're utilizing my information because they have access to my ID. That's how it's happening. So I'm telling you, this is true. This is real. It happened to me. These scammers, these fraudsters. In 2026, you want to protect yourself. This is my sponsor, but you guys know that's been rocking with me. I had many other people hit me up for sponsorships. I turned them down. I turned down the alcohol. I turned down the weed. I turned down all of these, companies that's selling these products that is just bad for you that I don't use myself, but I actually use Aura, and they're a great identity theft protection company, and they're a great data breach company where they'll protect your information from being breached and other accounts being opened up in your name and stuff like that. And they'll also tell you about it. And listen, you get 14 days for free. So all the members, if you're a member of mine, you're already paying the monthly subscription. Go to the YouTube description right now. That's this, bro. Go to the YouTube description, sign up for free. You can use it for 14 days for free. You don't got to pay for it. But after 14 days, you do got to pay for it. But just utilize it. If you support me, utilize it. So go do that now. Now you get this microphone, right? There's a microphone down here that I'm holding up. Let me show you guys real quick. This microphone here, you get this. Once I get 50 people to click the link and to sign up for Aura, to utilize my link, sign up for Aura. Once I get 50 people in there, I'll pick one person out of the 50 to send this microphone to for free. That's what I'll be doing, right? Now, when you sign up, when you click the link in the YouTube description and you sign up for Aura to protect yourself, 14 days for free, it's free, right? You got to take a screenshot of you signing up and DM it to me on Instagram or email it to me. You see my email in the link as well in the description. That's right on YouTube. Just click on the description. You see my email, CooleyBigBusiness@gmail.com. That's my email. Send me a screenshot of you signing up. I would put you in the 50 people, and then I'm going to randomly select one out of the 50. That's what I'm doing. But I need 50 people to sign up. So go ahead and sign up. And I'll announce it. Once we reach the 50, I probably won't announce it on this stream because I don't think 50 people signed up yet. But on the next stream, hopefully we'll get enough people that signed up. And then I'll announce who'll be getting this microphone. So, yeah, man. And you don't have to be a member to do this. But if you are a member, it's like, why not do it? Because your probability, the chances of you winning the microphone increases because you're already supporting anyway, so just sign up for free. Why not? All right, let me go ahead and stop sharing that. So that's how you get your free microphone. The Shure MV7X podcast microphone. So yeah, get this for free. I'm giving out, listen, it's Christmas. It just was Christmas, man. I'm doing 2 things for y'all for free. Listen, man, you get a free microphone. You get 14-day free trial from Aura, right? A great company that I trust, that I utilize, that helped me out. Yeah, probably like, Cooley, dang, man, why you really... Listen, I wouldn't be going in if they really didn't help me out, bro. So before they hit me up, right? And it's just not... I'm not one of the only sponsorships, so... I'm not going to say the YouTube creator's name, but there's another YouTube creator that, or 2 YouTube creators, but one of them that I know that's sponsored by And he said, yo, because they hit me up and I'm like, well, what is this company? So I reached out to my buddy and he's sponsored by him. And he said, yo, they're legit. I said, okay. Well, before I give it to my audience, I'm going to try it out. So I signed up for the 14-day free trial and it showed me all of these Bings. And then I'm like, okay, well, I've been through many data breaches where people it showed me like, oh, my ID was out. That's what it showed. So for me, my social security number is not out. So I'm like, all right, cool. Because then I would have had to get a new bank account and all of this stuff. But my identification is out. So I do have to get a new ID and a new it's going to give me like a new number on my identification card as well. So I take that when they find it, when they basically give you that alert, you get information on what's out there. And I can take that to the DMV to get a new license and I'll get a new license number. But also I was able to take that and give it to Facebook and Instagram where all of these fake accounts was being made and said that, hey, here's because I was trying to get these fake accounts deleted, but they were like, listen, man, like they weren't really responding back to me. But I took that, brung it to Facebook, brung it to Instagram. And now I see they're hitting back, like they're emailing me back. Thank you for this information. We were able to close these many accounts. We're working on the other accounts as well. So it's actually helping. But anyways, we got another caller in here. Let's see if he wants to debate. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
Yeah, man. So I'm new to the show. Like I've been following for, on and off for a few times, but I still have not really found out the way that you pick topics. I mean, is it really just up to the viewer's discretion? Because we have established you're a red pill. You believe in pretty much every single one of those things.
Yeah. So since I have a big platform, when I first started, I used to have like topics up, but since I'm a big platform, people come up randomly and they're pretty much familiar with my ideology and my worldview. So we can debate on any topic that you want to debate on if you think that my worldview is in opposition of yours.
Well, I mean, if it was red pill and exclusively, I guess I would have to get more so into that. And like I said, I do listen, but I don't really. I mean, a lot of the times you get really into the nitty gritty. I mean, so as far as race goes, right? Race is a big one right now. The Jews. Is there anything there that you think is unique that you could give me the elevator pitch for?
Well, due to TOS, we like to stay away from that topic there because the small hets is out there organizing with these platforms to shut people down. So I ain't trying to get my channel banned. So due to TOS, any other topic but that.
Well, do you think that, I mean, I guess they like us sort of going back and forth with the racial stuff because one thing that I've never heard.
What other racial stuff? But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it's just where everyone's always talking black and white, right? But nobody's ever talking Hispanic and anything else, right? And I don't think it's a bad thing, really, but I feel like Hispanics have more power in this country than we're really ever saying. And I mean, I think it's worth at least investigating.
But what are you asking though about race? Get to your question.
I think that the black versus white is a distraction. I think it's easy. I think it's sort of artificial.
The black versus white is artificial
because it's always the black crime. There's always the claim, right? The same talking points over and over and over again. I feel like the one is focused on the black versus white, when in reality, I think it's every other race that's making moves. Like Asia's coming here, all the K-pop, all the Asian culture is sort of slowly dominating. I mean, we're losing our sense of culture, but I don't think it's anything to do with the black versus white issue. I think that's sort of the scapegoat. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we must speak real here. There is things in regards to black and white as far as outcomes and things that we can measure and things that we can see and differences, right? As far as outcomes in America, right? We can see many different things. People can talk about crime in black community. People can talk about school shooters in white communities or mass shootings in white communities and things like that. It's not saying that these things aren't real. I can also see your point when you're saying that it's a form of distraction. It's a bit of both, I would say. Well, yeah, they also definitely like to use race to separate us. But also, it's not to say that there aren't, things that is happening within black communities or white communities that is affecting the culture. Feminism, for an example, this came from the white woman's ideology, right? Influenced black women and many other different ethnicities as far as their ideology, where it made them rebel against the man. Now think about it. It's nonsensical for a black woman to be a feminist, because when was the black man ever oppressing the black woman? Nowhere in American history where it was the black man predominantly oppressing, meaning that the black man had some type of rulership over the black woman, so the black woman felt oppressed. Now, I don't even think that white women were oppressed either. I don't think that that's the case. But for black women to take on the ideology to say that, well, yeah, I'm an independent woman, I don't need a man. All this whole feminist ideology that views men as the oppressor and women as the oppressed. Well, this was never in black culture. This was never the case in the black community, because the black man had the same power as the black woman. Because the white man was, throughout the history of America, the white man was the authority figure. The white man had the power. We were enslaved for 200 something years or 300 or something years or so, right? So it's nonsensical for a black woman to take on the ideology of the feminist ideology of the white woman. That don't even make any sense.
I mean, I guess my confusion gets into the history and what's, everything that happened with the world wars. It seems confusing to me. I'm not one of the conspiracy people, really, but I've delved in those circles before, and I think I do have a hard time trusting the official narrative. It seems to be at least wonky. I mean, when you walk around in your city, which people don't do anymore, you see certain things that make it, that the narrative, right, seems to have always been subject to being we're not really in a position to be told the truth. So I guess when it comes down to race, it seems as though they've always done that as sort of like a political display of, okay, we're working on the race thing. We're here. We're providing sort of the elements that you need because, we have to have something to fight about. And I think it's been going back since as far as TV's been around. So before that, though, I don't know if there was these. I mean, I know that there's slavery and there's all these complications, but with somehow I'm here talking about race when in reality, I still think that was it the white man the whole time who was in power?
When? In America?
Yeah, in America.
Yeah, when was the black man in power?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it was the black man. I'm just saying, was it the white man?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, when was a black man in power? Obama? I mean, he was half black, half
I'm
white.
I'm not even going black. I'm going hypothetically, right?
Yeah.
If we're in a place where there's been, Hispanics and there's been Jews and there's been all sorts of different cultures, what does the word white even mean? Like, is it not sort of all encompassing of many things that could be actually at stake? And we got to avoid TOS obviously here, which I don't know what the actual rules are for saying anything about the Jays.
Well, honestly, I view the Jays as white. Like, okay. They're European Jays. Bro, they white. They got they have the racial phenotype features of white Europeans.
So you don't think that there's maybe some value in distinguishing the two?
So you can make a distinction based off of their religion. Like they're not the same whites as Christian whites.
But it's just a religious difference, right?
Yes. Listen. So there's race is a real thing. Like, there's different races. We can observe these different races, like Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid. We can observe these different races. right? When we're speaking about the Jays and English white men, what's the distinction as far as their features that we can observe?
Well, if it's just about features, and I mean, I guess that's not really what I had in mind. But if it's as far, no, there's
well, that's what I'm going to race as far as like the biological.
Would there be 5 races or more?
Scientifically, I believe is Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid. I believe it's 3, or is it a few others? Is
Wait.
Indians? No, Indians don't have one. No, it's 3.
So that's okay. So which one's which? So there's I can guess which one the N one is, but Mongoloid, is that white?
No, Mongoloid is the Asians. Is
Okay.
the Chinese people.
So at least I'm learning something today. Okay, so what you think that whenever I don't really know how to square this, because the disagreement I guess is hard to
look,
find.
listen, man. Like, so if you look in certain areas in Mexico, they got the big heads, right? The big statues of the heads. I forgot the area, the city where it's at in Mexico, but someone correct me. The Mayans, or I think it's the tribe is called the Mayans, or I think it's called another one, but they got the big old heads, right? These heads are many years old, like these sculptures, these big old sculptures, thousands of years old. The nose is wide. It looks like an African, right? It's an African. The features, the facial features, is the same facial features that we'll only find in Africa, right? So when we're speaking about race isn't, from some aspects you can say, depending on how you're defining it, you can say it's a social construct. But the way I'm defining it, as far as it being going down to the biology, this isn't a social construct because we can observe these different racial features.
I agree with that. Do you think that there's like a sort of future where there is no race because they've blended us together so much?
Well, the thing is, race isn't really, it isn't important. It doesn't matter if we're different races. That isn't like my standpoint or what I believe in. Oh, well, since they're different races, then there's differences between us. No, really, it's just the features about us, the physical features about us. As far as our spirit, as far as we all still breathe and eat and crap the same way, right? So no, we're all human beings, but it's just different categories as far as the physical features. But I still think, like, even science proves too, and I would believe in this scientific fact, that, you know, life started in what? In Africa.
When?
The Olmecs. The Olmecs. Oh, I see. Thank you. Thanks, chat. The Olmecs. Yeah, the big old things. My bad, man. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours long. I'm talking about the Olmecs. You can Google it too if you want.
Oh, yeah. I've seen those. Some crazy faces, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, but like, think about it. That's all way in. It was found in, like, I think it was Mexico or South America, somewhere, bro. And yeah, man, it's all African features. Even if you look in, if you go to Egypt and you look at why you think crazy? Most of the statues in Egypt, the nose is like broken off. But if you go into pyramids and you look at the hieroglyphs, whatever they call it, the writings on a wall, and the drawings on a wall, bro, is black people.
So that's the origin of life. It
was in Africa. The origin of life was in Africa. I think that's where it all started. So even if I can also put this into, you know, scripture as well, right? So yeah, life started there, and even after the flood, I think you know, it was still somewhere around there.
Okay, so if it started with Africa, I mean, then we would essentially have to all be originating from there somewhere. But how did they never develop beyond where they're at? Is it just because the land is unable? Because you go there now and they're still not up to, where we're at here. I mean, at least in South Africa they probably are. But
Well, there's many different theories why Africa overall, since life started there, why they haven't developed as much as the Western world or as fast as the Western world. And by whose measurement of development are you speaking about, right? Is it just development of weapons and technology? You get what I'm saying? So, but one of the theories is that, well, since in Africa, it's warm weather. They don't got to worry about the seasons changing all the time. And they don't got to worry about finding their next meal. Food is over there. It's all of this green everywhere. They can get the food. They don't got to worry about killing things and saving it for different seasons. But think about it. In the Caucasus Mountains, they had to worry about the seasons changing in cold weather, which means that they built up the ability to plan, right? And also built up the ability to be more, to want to, I guess, go into aviation more and start to building things and creating things because they actually needed to, right? Oh, cold weather. Dang, I'm tired of being cold, tired of not having no food. We got to plan for the future. So therefore, they were able to technologically advance much faster. That's one of the theories out there. But there's many other theories, man. But at the end of the day, what's your argument? What's the point of this discussion? Because there's no direction here.
Well, I know there's no direction. It's just, it's hard to find out, I guess, the things, I'm very open to different things, but, I guess I'll do my homework next time and I'll be more aware of things that we disagree on. And until then, I will bid you adieu.
Cool. Well, let me ask you a question. Are you an atheist?
No.
Christian?
No. I'm tested by the idea of God, right? I've been sick, like in a place where I felt as though I had Alzheimer's, no doctor would be able to diagnose me. I guess it was just like chronic, my microbiome was just chronically inflamed from overuse of laxatives, right? Because I was chronically constipated, and I'm pretty young. So the doctor sort of, ignored me, and that really tested me because every day I was praying to God, and it didn't really ever go anywhere. And now I've kind of swung towards a positive direction, but I really don't know what God is. I'm trying to figure it out. I know what the feeling of God is. I know that there's beautiful things, there's heaven and there's hell on earth, but I can't put a title on it.
Okay, fair enough. Do you believe that men should lead in relationships and women should follow?
I think it depends on the situation. I think it could be. A lot of women are obviously overdoing it now. That's for sure. But we're not in a position that could be. I think. Most people have to have both people working anyways now, right? So it's not as black and white as it used to be when there was enough money coming in from the man for the woman to stay at home, right?
Well, do you think that it only takes money to be a leader, to be, to be actually considered as a leader? You need to make more money?
I think it's the most important part. Yep. I think everything else comes second. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Well, we would have two different opinions on that. I think that, I would say that having money, it definitely in a relationship, it helps out with leading. Having money, it can help. You can utilize finances as a tool in leading, because you can do more things and maybe you'll have a little bit more pull, but it doesn't make the person a leader. Finances doesn't make that person a leader. Because think about it, you can be, the woman can be making more than you, but you as a man, and what you've experienced and your adversities and the things that you've overcame in life, you have a sense to lead that woman in a direction that is beneficial for you and her. Not only that, as a man, just from a biological perspective, Well, the woman is inferior physically. So she'll always need to appeal to the man to protect her. And that doesn't change throughout time, right? So I think that men lead, women follow, and that's always. And I think that that's a prescription. So I think that that's how it should be. Now, are there relationships where both parties are making the same amount of money and the woman thinks that the man is appealing to the woman because I guess the woman thinks that she's a better leader? Yeah, we see those relationships, and we see those relationships end in divorce. Or we see that woman cheats on her man with her work husband.
Maybe in many cases, I think that would be oversimplifying it, right? I think with that is that there's always going to be some room for negotiation within the partner. It shouldn't be so black and white, because what do we see when we take that to the extreme? We see the it's being overdone, right? In these places online with a lot of the red pill, like the whatever podcast, and where they're just sort of publicly shaming the worst versions of women because that's the ones that show up. When in reality, the women aren't like that. You go to the bar, I don't see any women like that. I see a lot of really pretty normal people, and they're likely to lead.
That doesn't disprove the point. That doesn't disprove the point that's being made.
It might be true more often than it's not true, but in certain circumstances, like I know, for example, my wife, her dad is he was a stay-at-home dad their whole life, and her mom worked, made all the money. So I don't judge them for that. It's just sort of it's unusual, but it can still work out. I mean, they've been happily married the entire time.
Well, it's not really a judge, right? So if you're looking at your wife's mother and father, that dynamic, how many years ago was that? Like, when did they get together? In like the 70s or the 60s?
Yeah, it would be like 40 years ago.
Yeah, the world was different back then. There wasn't Instagram. Chicks couldn't post a picture and get 1,000 likes and have Drake in their DMs. Well, what I'm saying, it is voluntary, but the thing is, women still have this tool where they can utilize these platforms to get all of this male validation. And part of that, when they do get this male validation, they tend to look out the window and see that the grass is greener on the other side. So then they're less likely to comply to their man. They're more likely to deny sex from their man in order to get the man to comply to the things that they want, meaning that they withhold sex for compliance. Now, what I'm saying here is things that you do have a different worldview against, but let's test it out. Let's see if it's true. Are you the leader in your relationship?
No, I'm not.
So your woman is?
Well, no, I mean, I think that it's for right now. So I'm trying to lead. Basically, we're in a situation to where we live.
You don't have to explain. I don't need you to get into all the stuff.
I guess the issue is that there's a certain amount of reconciliation happening right now. We're sort of trying to plan for the future, and in that, I'm trying to seek money above all else to make sure that I can provide for the family more so than. It's just, it's like all bets are off, here, where if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But we're doing our own thing, and we're trying to just keep the peace, because otherwise we would be fighting all the time, So instead of fighting all the time, we took some time apart, and we're rebuilding. So she made that choice, and I said that's the right choice. I'm glad that we made it.
All right, and your wife made the choice to separate for a little bit.
Yep.
And your wife made the choice to separate for a little bit. Because you guys had some disagreements, and she chose that it's better not to fight and stuff right now, so she made the choice to create some separation until you can kind of get your life together, I'm guessing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So think about that, right? So when the woman, you are the prime example of what I always say. When women are leading the relationship, and they're normally leading relationships due to men inadequacies, meaning that men are inadequate and don't have the capability to lead them. And I'm not saying capability finances. I'm talking about capability mentally. They don't know how to create dominance and authority in the home. they're more docile and, oh, sure, baby, whatever you want, right? But that isn't even your nature as a man to be subordinate to the woman.
What's the
woman's. Well, what I'm saying is the reason why there's a separation between you and your wife right now is because she was the leader. If you were leading, would you have chosen to create separation?
No, but I'm very glad that it happened because
listen. If you were the leader, would you have chosen to create separation? You said no. Nope. Right? But she's the leader and she chose to create separation. So what I say is always true when it comes to this. When women find themselves in leadership positions, in most cases, they grow resentment for their man and they break up with their man, right? So in your case, she chose to separate. But if you had the power, you would have chose not to separate. So this is why it's best. It only works. Relationships, marriages only truly work if the man is leading and has the mental fortitude to lead. Because if not, the woman leaves the man. You're the prime example. She wants to get away. She wants some time.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it's, but I wouldn't have changed it for the world that it's happened because I've been able to find, a ton of things. Like when you're in a relationship and there's bickering and there's no sort of, people get stuck in it and they stay in that for 40 years. They stay in that for 45 years or whatever, and they're miserable. So is that the better alternative?
No, the better alternative is for you to hold your nuts and not allow your woman to lead. You didn't even allow it. She had to lead because you were inadequate as a man. I don't give a freak if you ain't have a job, bro. Listen, I never was in a relationship. I was broke. I was born on Section 8, lived in the projects. I was broke. I was broke for a majority. Listen, I just started making money when I was like 29, 30 actually. I'm 36. I just started making all my relationships. The chicks always made more bread. And guess what? My way or the highway. It was my way or the highway. So I was always the leader.
Did those last?
I was the one that broke it with them. Okay. If it ended, it was because of me, not because of her, because I leaded the relationship. But what I'm saying is, in all of the scenarios, like I have I'll be honest with you, I got full custody of my daughter. Like I left.
How old is your
daughter? 13 now.
So full custody, what does that look like? Like
it looks like, listen, man, I had my daughter ever since she was like 4 years old. She's with me all the time, stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? So I was able to win this in courts.
Well,
so I'm making a point.
Because what is that going to do for that person's life?
Yeah, I'm making a point. I'm making a point here, right? So what I'm saying here is, when it comes to things like a man in your position without the ability to lead the woman, in most cases, it leads to destruction, meaning that the woman leaves you. That's what it leads to in most cases.
But that's destruction. But when you do it, it's not destruction. Because
it wasn't destruction. Yeah, it's not destruction.
You see that sort of like a pedestal that we're putting ourselves on?
Actually, statistically speaking, children do better in single father homes rather than single mother homes.
Okay, better in what way?
Like outcomes, as far as like not being degenerate. The probability is higher that they'll be good members of society, because if you think about it, the fathers are the main disciplinarians of the home. Even in a two-parent home, generally speaking, the fathers are the main disciplinarians. Children just have this innate ability to listen to fathers more than they listen to the mother, just because fathers are a more dominant force. Like your voice is deeper as a father, your body is bigger as a father than the mother. So children tend to appeal to the father's authority rather than the mother's authority. So when children are being raised in a single mother home, children tend to have worse outcomes. Not only that, women on average are higher in trait neuroticism, which means that they feel more negative emotions and they take out those negative emotions on their children. Fathers, we go through things. Not to say that men don't have negative emotions, but we're less likely to display those negative emotions out in front of our children.
I'm curious to see, I guess, the specific, because the differences are going to be very interesting of what happens when there's a mom missing and what happens when there's a dad. But I think it's your duty to always want to make it work out somehow. I mean, to brag, I guess, about full custody is just sort of a...
No, it wasn't a brag. I was making it. No, it wasn't a brag. Like if I could make it work with the individual, trust me, I would have. But I'm telling you, the difference between me and you is that I fought tooth and nail to make sure I had my daughter. And I knew this as a young man, 25 years old, right?
Sure.
You knew this as a young man. Listen, I'm not having no other man raise my children. Now, I'll raise another man's children. But listen. But I'm not having no other man raise my children. That's the difference. So what I'm saying here is I took full authority. I took full authority for my life choices because I had full responsibility, and I didn't want no one else having authority over me or my children. So I'm just making an example that I was one of the guys. Listen, only 17%, fathers only win 17% of custody battles. I'm in the 17%, bro. So what I'm pointing out here is that, listen, if I can do it, raised on Section 8 in a projects, broke, bro. No chick ever led a relationship. I've never had a chick withhold sex for compliance from me. It never happened. But they all made more money than me. Besides for my girl now, I make way more money than her. She don't work. But what I'm saying here is, listen, man, you are the prime example of what I speak about. But listen, you can change that, though. You don't have to. Like, you can change.
This kind of thing is what brings change. That's the most important factor, right? This is where you're tested and you're challenged and you said, okay, well, what have I done wrong and what can I do to be that, right? That's why when you asked me about money, I said that's the most important thing, because if that's not working, I mean, it's going to be an issue, because it's got to be all nowadays too, with everything going on and how really the economy is just, I don't know too many of the details. I just know food's expensive. It's getting more expensive than ever. People are not able to afford things. So with my mindset of just being like, holy shit, I can't sort of mess around anymore, that can encourage me to change and to be not exactly like you, because I wouldn't say that extreme is a good thing, but closer to it. Okay. I think you might take it a little too far with sort of the, I don't know. I just feel like because you wouldn't agree on that.
Nah, man, I'm not taking it too far, man. I got Rachel Wilson backstage. Let me bring her up. She may have a question for you or myself, but let's see. Welcome to the stream, Rachel Wilson. What's up? Talk to us.
Hey, fellas. We've all been sick around here the last couple of days, so no way I'm getting on a camera. I look like shit.
All good.
But I wanted to call in because I hear what Cooley's saying to you, sir. What's your name? Well, I'll just call you Modern, I guess.
Sure, whatever you want. My name is Landry, but you can call me Modern Man. I'm also known as Dummy, according to some people, and
okay.
You know.
Hey, Rachel.
From a female perspective.
You were just cutting in and out a little bit. If you can speak again, say that again.
Am I still?
I think you're good now. All right, she just muted up real quick.
How about now? Is that better?
I think that's better.
Okay, I had my earbuds hooked up, and sometimes that doesn't work so great. I was just going to try to kind of back up what Cooley was saying and kind of give you like the woman's perspective on it, because a lot of women don't even know that Cooley is exactly right in what he's saying. You know what I mean? Like, they'll deny it, but he's really right. And the thing about it is, like, from a woman's perspective, what we find indispensable in men is competence and leadership. If you don't bring those two things, we feel like, oh, we can do it without him. So why would I put up with any arguing? Why would I try to work it out? Why would I try to get over any issues if I'm just as capable of getting by without him? So when she said she wanted to separate, I will bet you money what she really wanted was for you to stand up and put your foot down and be like, no, listen, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to fix this. We're going to take care of it. I need you to trust me. Because if she can go off and separate and do it on her own without you, she's basically already decided it's over, and she's just biding her time till she can, figure out a plan B most of the time.
That's I guess one theory. I'd be getting the wool pulled over my eyes, because the way it sort of went down was like, hey, we're taking some time, family's in a different state, we're going to go, with friends and family and just sort of have her, because it's not only that the baby's wanting to be around all these new people who have not been around her, because my family's all here in Texas, so it was sort of like an agreed upon, like, okay, that makes sense. We'll see that. I mean, we still talk every day. We're still on good terms, but you're saying that this might be a coup, a trick.
Well, I don't even think it's not even always that obvious. It's so, like, from my perspective, I've been with Andrew 18 years, and I think he has so much going for him. I think when people online say he's too good for me, I kind of agree. I feel like he's brilliant, he's handsome, he's funny, he's cool, right? He's got all this stuff going for him that I probably don't really deserve. Don't ask me how I pulled it off, but I pulled it off. But the thing that makes him indispensable to me is that I fully trust his leadership. Like, when the shit hits the fan, when things go bad, when there's problems, I fully 100% trust him that even if I don't agree at the time, like, even if what he proposes, he says, this is what we're going to do, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't know, it makes me nervous. At this point, I have full faith in him, and I know that, like, whatever he decides is going to ultimately turn out to be the best, even if it kind of makes me nervous, or I'm not sure about it, or it's uncomfortable in the short term. He's proven himself over time that, like, he can be fully trusted to be competent and capable and handle business when shit goes sideways. And I know that on my own, I cannot do that. He's indispensable to me because of his competence and because of his leadership. And I was in 2 relationships before him that did not work out. And in those 2 relationships, I was basically the leader. I felt like I was with 2 guys that, at different times, long-term relationships, but they kind of just dipped out when shit got hard. When things went sideways, they were like, don't look at me. You know what I mean? And it wasn't even necessarily my choice to end the relationships, but that's why it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere because they were with me because I provided stability, and it was like having a mom who took care of everything, and that just doesn't work. And it gives women the ick. After long enough of doing that, we just lose attraction, because it's like, damn, I feel like this is another child that I have to take care of, or whatever. So if you want a woman to want you and need you forever, the best thing you can do is be competent and lead. Even if she gives you bullshit, even if she gives you pushback, and she's shit testing and she's going, no, I don't want to do that. If you put your foot down and you're like, listen to me, this is what we're doing, it's going to work out. You just sit there and look pretty. You don't have to worry about it, okay? I'm going to take care of this. There's nothing that, like, makes us want to drop eggs more than that, to be perfectly frank.
Oof, egg drop. Well, so there's a lot there. Obviously, I think that it's. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you on most of it. It's just a matter of, this is the stage in life, I think, for many people where they're. And I mean, I think that you said late 20s, 29 for you. It's where you make a choice, right, to make intentional differences, because a lot of people can talk, and it takes a lot of effort to really try. But it doesn't just begin in the relationship; it begins in everything that you do. Every way that you sort of interact in this world and move around, and if you're trying to make your own way, especially in this online space, you got to really just stand out. And it's very competitive. It's a very competitive space. So I think that's where a lot of guys end up dropping the ball, is that they just stick to the relationship and they don't live it in their other aspects of life. But I mean, so would you not agree though that this guy here, Cooley, is maybe, and the whole red pill, right? The extreme variations of this, where it's just like, where you get to maybe a just pearly thing sort of archetype of like, yeah, women are just dumb. They're the dumbest people ever. I don't know what to do. Women just don't even trust us. I should just not have any rights. Just take them all away. Is that not sort of the reason why it looks silly to many people?
Well, I think now I'll say Pearl's my friend in real life. She's a nice girl. She and I disagree on some things. But we've done a bunch of streams together and talked about this. I come at things from more of a historical and religious perspective when it comes to like my writing and the work that I do in this space. I'm not really a red pill person. I'm a Christian ethics person like Andrew is. But I would not say Cooley is too extreme at all. In fact, I think you'd find that people would think I'm more extreme in some ways, but I think that hierarchy is an inevitable part of existence in this world. There is no such thing as egalitarianism. Equality, everybody being the same, everybody being equal is phony baloney nonsense. It's a nice idea. It sounds good. It does not work in the real world. Everybody has different gifts and capabilities and different natures. Men and women have different natures. We are not created the same. God didn't make Adam and Eve at the same time in the same way. He made Eve as a helpmate for Adam. And women are happiest. And I say this as a woman who is high IQ, very talented, very competent, but I love being a mom. I like being able to be feminine. I don't want to always have to be the boss. I want to mother my children. I want to take care of my community and my church parish. I want to be able to focus on the stuff I want to do as a woman. I don't want to have to step into men's roles and try to do a shitty imitation of a man. I tried doing that when I was young because that's what the culture around me told me I had to do, and it was awful. And it didn't work, and it made me miserable. And I looked around me, and I said, this is stupid. Why are we pretending that women should be trying to do what men do and compete with them and act like them, and that we can be equal in relationships and that we can take turns leading and we can have equal amounts of authority? That's an illusion. It doesn't work. And the only reason we think it's possible is because men have built such a technologically advanced world that's so comfortable that most of us as modern Americans don't even understand what life would be like if the grid went down, for 2 weeks, or what it would be like if you had to be face to face with nature. Yeah, exactly. So it's just this modern technology and the comfortable world men have built for women that makes us believe we can do the same things men can do and that we can take over their roles and their responsibilities when we really can't. And I wrote a whole book about how feminism promised women all these things. And not only did it not deliver on any of the promises, it actually made life worse for everyone, including women and children. We're not any safer than we were prior to feminism. We're actually exposed to a lot more violence and domestic violence and instability in families and homes. And so we end up with cohabitating with boyfriends or things like that, where there's much higher rates of abuse. And same thing for kids. Look at all the risks that kids are faced with if they grow up in fatherless homes. It puts them at higher risk for every terrible thing that can happen to them in life. So this is a very dangerous and toxic idea, to ask women to do what they're not made for or capable of doing. And there was actually a huge group of women who were against feminism during first wave, they were anti-suffragists. And they said, look, men are the ones that can protect and provide. That can defend the borders of the nation, that can go to war and protect us. Why would you task us with that when we're not capable of doing it? We're not supposed to govern. We're not supposed to be in the military and defend from enemies, foreign and domestic. Why would you put that on us? We're supposed to be having babies. And now you look what happens with women. Because we're pushing women into career and we're pushing women into college and we're telling them to act like men, they don't want to have kids. They're not having kids. We're well below replacement birth rates everywhere in the world that feminism and birth control and college for women is pushed. So women are very unhappy. We have a ton of data showing that to the extent you liberate them. That's true, but women are disproportionately unhappy. 26% of American women are on at least one prescription psychiatric drug.
Oh, so what is the percentage for men?
It's less than 10%.
Okay. Well, I think they might be on more street drugs, to be honest with you.
No, actually, if you look at drug addiction and alcoholism rates for women, they're far higher than they've ever been. And alcohol and drug abuse is actually more damaging physically to women because we're smaller and our systems don't process that stuff as well. So it's been absolutely devastating for women on every level. I have a whole chapter at the end of my book where I go over all these stats, just showing hey, pretty much any metric you look at, feminism has made life worse for women. So if it was supposed to be for our benefit, we were sold a bunch of lies. We were sold a bunch of baloney. And there's good reasons for that. I mean, the people who were in power wanted both people in the house paying taxes. They wanted both people in the house working. They wanted cheap labor. And by doubling the workforce in less than 20 years, by adding women into it, from 1970 to 1990, we doubled the workforce just by pushing all the women and the mothers into the workforce. And men's wages have never recovered. So now we're stuck in a two-income economy where all families feel like both parents have to work. And it puts a tremendous amount of stress on marriages and on women and on men. So I'm just kind of trying to help you reframe how you're thinking about this. And
I like it. I appreciate it. It's good. It's helpful. I mean, a lot of what I see is like a lot of homelessness. Obviously, there's a lot more men out there. It seems like men are sort of in a position where they're gone. They're like, okay, I kind of tapped out, and it might be related to what you're saying because we don't see. I don't know what happens to the women. I guess maybe you're in a shelter. I can't see on the sidewalk, but. The
man, listen, you need to get your wife back. So what's the situation? You got kids with the woman?
There's one kid. Yeah, one kid. And
the kid is with her?
Yep. And we're still together. We have not separated. We're just physically separated.
Yeah. So listen, man.
All right, let's get her back. All right, I'm ready.
When the last time you had sex with her?
It would have been August.
Dang.
No. Maybe early September.
Ouch.
Hey man,
listen, man, you out here suffering, and so listen, man, you could get her back, and you want her back, right?
Of course.
All right. Well, let's see, because who knows? She may not be worthy to get back. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question. Do you think that she had sex with someone else? Like, you think that was a motivation to separate, or no?
That's one thing where I can say with absolute certainty. It's not happening. You might think, you never know.
Okay.
With me, I just know.
Okay. All right. So she don't got no work husband or nothing like that.
I don't think so. I mean, she's living with her friends. I mean, we talk almost every day. I mean, she's
Okay. Y'all communicating, y'all talking just some time. Listen, man.
There's a vibe though, right? There's always a vibe. In my life, every time that was going down, I always knew. Even if I didn't know, I would always know. There's a feeling that you just get where you just know when a girl's doing that.
Yeah, I mean, was she withholding sex for compliance like before she broke up? Like before she did the separation? Nah.
She's very attached to the
So
baby,
you could get it whenever you wanted to get it.
No, the issue was the baby was the cock block. So sorry, I'm not supposed to say that word.
Okay, so only the baby was, and I that makes sense. I got mad kids. I know how I be the baby being away and stuff like that. But it wasn't her denying sex from you, right?
No.
Okay, all right. So far, what I mean, she seems like it could be a get back. So listen, man. Oh, thanks, Rachel, for coming up. So listen, man. I would say that you could definitely get her back, but one, you got to be more. I don't know your life situation, and this is not a stream to do like any coaching and stuff like that. So I'm not going to do that. But I'll just,
coaching, man.
I'll just say this: you have to understand that your position in a relationship, and you don't have to negotiate. Like, there's no negotiating to try to get the woman to respect you or to get the woman to follow your lead. I'm not saying that. Like, try to negotiate with her and put your foot down to make her follow you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying actually go out there and be the leader. Don't accept anything else. Like, you're the leader by having a standard for yourself. So one, try to meet that standard for yourself. But not only that, have a standard for her. If she's not willing to like make these certain changes, then don't try to force it and beg to get her back, because that's only going to make things worse.
Yeah, no, begging is never the move.
Yeah. But listen, man, good conversation, man.
Yeah,
appreciate
stuff,
you
man.
for coming up. Listen, man, you're welcome to join Open Panel Debate Night again, and I'm sure we'll speak about some other stuff. Shouts out to Rachel Wilson for coming on. Give her a no fugazi.
No fugazi.
I think she gave some sound advice to you.
It was much better than Andrew's advice.
I don't know about that, man. Shouts out to Andrew too. That's his wife. So obviously, if she's given a perspective, she appeals to him.
The only thing he ever
probably
said about me was that I was a dummy. So that's the only reason I brought that up. But because I was,
fair. So, okay, well, I mean, probably you like the way she spoke to you more than like a Andrew would speak to you. I'm guessing.
I didn't mean to be.
Or it's a joke. All right, fair enough. Or it's a joke. And we appreciate jokes over here. We do appreciate jokes. But listen, man, thanks for coming up, and have a blessed one, man. Peace. All right, man. Good panel. Has some good debaters up here. Give their perspective. Shout outs to Rachel again for coming up. I think she gave some great female perspective to him. Basically give him, because she explained how women feel. And sometimes with certain callers or certain individuals that come up, they think like, oh, red pill bad. Red pill is just a set of descriptors about male and female intersexual dynamics. But red pill bad, Christianity, it may say all of these things. So it's good to hear another perspective from a base chick like Andrew Wilson's wife, Rachel Wilson. So shouts out to you. Appreciate you for coming up. All right. So let's see here. We got any super chats that came in? We do. We got Yo Boy Lean sends in. Oh, no. That was earlier. Do we have any other super chats that came up? Okay. No other super chats. All right, man. So listen, I appreciate everyone that tuned in tonight. Once again, I'm giving away a free microphone, a Shure MV7X microphone. I use this microphone all the time. Great mic, but you can get this free microphone by signing up for my sponsor, Aura.com. The link is in the description. So Aura.com/NoFugazi. Link is in the description. So sign up for your 14-day free trial and protect yourself from data breaches and stuff like that, man. And once we get 50 people to sign up, I'll pick one lucky winner and I'll send you this. Shure mic. And you know what? I'm probably going to do this like on a weekly basis too, right? Why not? Because I got 2 more microphones too that haven't been open to give out. And I got a lot of merch as well too. The No Fugazi shirts, the God over man, man over woman, and woman over children shirts. We sold out of those 3 times, but I haven't put it back up. Just because we've been working on some other stuff, but I got a lot of merch that's just sitting here that I can give away for free. So we'll probably give some more stuff, for free as well. Real quick. Oh, we got someone that came up. All right. Well, maybe we don't got an end stream. Let's see. Welcome to No Fugazi podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about? I can't hear you. Got to turn your audio on. Speak. Yo, listen, I can't hear you, bro. I'm putting you backstage. Home, go out and come back in. I'll kick you out. Just come back in. Yeah. But actually debate, because I've been streaming for 4 hours. So if you coming in to talk, I'm not bringing you up. I'm gonna kick you right out. If you want to debate though, like you actually have a disagreement with my worldview, then we can get it popping. All right, let's try this again with him. Xandar, what you talking about? Hebrew Israelite. Oh, yeah. Xandar, oh, wait, time out. Are you predicting, Xandar, that he's a Hebrew Israelite? Let's see. That's a bold prediction if you're right. Matter of fact, Xandar, if you're right on this prediction, I'll give you free merch. I'll give you a free No Fugazi shirt just because. Because that'll be crazy if you're right. Let's see. Welcome to No Fugazi podcast. State your name and what do you... Oh, it says Israel. God dang, that's why you were right. Never mind, I'll take it back. Yo, I can't hear you, man. No audio. Turn your microphone on. This guy, it's no audio and your service is bad. Bro, what you calling on a Boost mobile phone? This guy got singular wireless. Homie got the worst service in the world. Oh man, what's going on here? Why is homie's service so trash? Let's see. Not the Hebrew Israelite. See, Xandal, I didn't even read that little Israelite at the end. Or did it say it the first time? I don't know. I didn't peep it. But that'll be funny if he was an Israelite. The mic doing its job against the Israelites. And y'all wilding in the chat. All right, man. Listen. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap up stream then, I guess, since we got nobody else backstage. But 4 hours, you know, some good discussions. No, I'm not coping, yo. I ain't coping. You just wanted, if he would have spoke, I would have gave you the free merch. But he had to say that he was a Hebrew Israelite. I would have really gave it to you. You a member, so you know. I would have gave it to you just because. It's because it was a good guess. W stream, that is true. W stream, man. We spoke about many topics, and we spoke about topics that I'm not fully like, you know, I haven't really done any research on. I freaking spoke about some science stuff that really I'm just thinking about things logically. I did really no deep dive research on these scientific things that I was speaking about when it comes to well, it's just logically speaking. I think that, you know, we don't got to get into that, but you guys know my presuppositional skepticisms when it comes to Big Bang Theory and all of these atheists out there where they just say, well, yeah, this planet is 3 billion years old. Well, how do you know that? Oh, because it takes a lot of time for the light to travel. It takes 3 billion years for the light to get to us. So we just measured the distance of the light. But that's because they presuppose that it was there already before our planet. But what if it was put there at the same time, but just at different locations? It would still take light to travel that same amount of time. So, yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and wrap up. All right, chat. Next, what is today? Sunday? So let me give you guys a quick update of what you can expect. So today's Sunday. I'll be doing another stream Tuesday. Wednesday is my daughter's birthday, which is on New Year's Eve. So I won't be streaming. I'll be doing a party for my 1-year-old daughter and also celebrating New Year's Eve with a bunch of family and friends. So no stream there. Thursday is New Year's Day. Yeah. I'm giving y'all Thursday. I'm giving y'all a New Year's stream. Yeah, let's do it. So Thursday, 7 p.m. So we got Tuesday is the next open panel debate night. Thursday, next open panel debate night, also reactions. And then next week, I got a one-on-one debate with a Jubilee debater. We're going to debate, can morality be grounded without God? So we're going to be debating that. Zena actually hit me back and she wants to reschedule our debate since she already, canceled on me 3 times. Well, actually 4 times, but we'll see if she wants to reschedule. And that's another Jubilee debater. And then, so that's for this week. And then next week on Saturday, the 10th, we got a full panel dating show. So that's the schedule for, what you can expect as far as me from No Fugazee podcast. And I'll be giving you guys updates on this free microphone. So this Tuesday, I'll give you an update. If we reach 50 people that signed up for my sponsor at Aura, which is a free 14-day free trial, why not? See if your data has been breached. See if someone stolen your identity. Why not? Just sign up for free. If you don't like it, go ahead and cancel it. So I'll give you guys an update, see who won this. And I know on Thursday, we should have had 50 people sign up. So I'll be pulling out a random name to get this microphone and I'll send it to you. And we'll speak behind stage. You'll send me your address or, your mailing address and I'll send it to you. So to make sure you get it. Without further ado, this podcast was No Fugazi. I appreciate all of you for staying with me for 4 hours and staying up Eastern Standard Time 11:30 p.m. So yeah, that's a long time. And real quick, before I go, yo boy Liam, you look like your breath smell like booty cheeks. Peace, we out.
No Fugazee.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.